Alrighty, chat. Very good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're all doing well today. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. So today we are going to be back in the fly-by-wire A32NX. First time in a little while. I feel like it's every time we fly this I say that, but here we are. We're back in the A32NX. Really looking forward to it actually. Yeah, it's a really great add-on. So what's there not to like? So yeah, looking forward to that. We're going to be flying from Stansted to Edinburgh. And we've got obviously the iniBuilds scenery, which you guys have already seen on the channel. But we're going to be flying from iniBuilds Stansted up to Pyreegue, Edinburgh. And we're going to be doing a return leg as well. Now, as you guys may remember, if you watched the stream earlier on this week, it was absolute chaos at Stansted on Tuesday. We didn't fly in there ourselves, but we did hear the chaos as we flew over on the frequency, on the London control frequency. So, yeah, I'm expecting possibly a similar thing to happen again. Maybe not to that extent. We'll have to see. It is Friday night. Right now, it seems relatively quiet here at Stansted, but there is ground online as well as an ATIS. And what I'm expecting is once we're sort of on the return back, it should start to hot up a little bit on VATSIM, and I think it'll probably get a fair bit busier. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm hoping actually happens today. Yes, I would quite like to get involved in that, and yeah, that's the plan. Just two airports today, 2 legs, and the A32NX. There's not much else to. Yeah, no other real channel updates, I suppose. All I would say is regarding flight sim. You guys may or may not have seen. There's been a couple of preview streams of the Fokker F28 that JustFlight have been working on, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Looks really nice. So recommend you go check out Two Tone Murphy and British Av Geek. They both did streams on that plane, and yeah, it's looking really good. JustFlight really pushing up the bar here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it does look very cool, and I have done some previews with JustFlight in the past, so I am hoping they'll get in touch over the next maybe day or so, or early next week, and we can preview that for you guys before it actually goes live. But not heard anything from them just yet. Right. Okay, who have we got in the chat then? So we've got Vinny, welcome to the chat. Your wait is over, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Liana, welcome to the chat. Oh, well, actually, you're not here, are you? You've just gone over to Gavstream. Fair enough. Enjoy Gavstream. I'll see you later on, potentially. James, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Daz, welcome indeed. Happy Friday to you also, my friend. Welcome indeed. Quizzy, welcome to the chat. Ellis, welcome. Welcome. Captain KV, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Mike, welcome to the chat. Find the Fenix a bit buggy. Oh, interesting. In what way would you find the Fenix buggy, just out of interest? I've really experienced little to no issues with the Fenix in general. So, yeah, would be interested to see if I can help you on those, my friend. The commentator, welcome. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the sunshine via the looks of things. Welcome indeed, dude. Soren, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. And Froster, welcome to the chat as well. Welcome. The F28, yeah, it even has a PA system. Yes, it does. Yeah, you can use the flight attendants panel, can't you? And play some music and things like that. Yeah, it does look very cool. Very cool. I'm not sure why more developers don't do the flight attendant panel, because it's a really good way to bump up you know, immersion, and just really sort of give a bit more of a lifelike feeling to the plane. For, you know, realistically, what is just, you know, a few bings and bongs, really, isn't it? And a few little animated buttons. But obviously, animation, modeling, etc., it all takes time, doesn't it? So yeah, I can understand why they don't. But yeah, I imagine there's not a great deal of effort that goes to the systems behind the flight attendants panel, for example, is the point I'm trying to make. But yeah, it looks really, really good. Really good. Soren, no, you're not late. Don't worry about that, my friend. Right on time. Love to see a Fokker 50. Flown in a few times. I think they're doing a few other Fokkers as well. JustFlight. I can't remember which variants off the top of my head. But they are doing some of the Fokker variants. I can't remember if... Not sure if a Fokker 50, but they are doing some of the Fokker variants. So it might be worth just checking that out on their website, potentially. Quizzy says, how do you count your takeoff performance in the A32NX? Usually the best thing to do is just to use the MCDU, and you can just select the takeoff speeds in there rather than having to do a calculation. Oh, you're in both. Yeah, I bet that is a bit difficult, isn't it? If you're trying to listen to both at the very least. James says, okay to fly along? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, anybody's more than welcome to fly along. Just be aware that, I mean, the outbound leg probably going to be quite quiet, but on the inbound leg, it might be a bit crazy. Maybe. It might not be, but it could be. Justin Cool, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Issue with the Fenix about the GSX. Yeah, the GSX brakes thing. That is, yeah, most certainly a GSX. Well, I don't know really. I think it's a bit of a mix between the both of the different add-ons. I think one of them needs to add something, and the other one might need to. I don't know. From what I've read, I think GSX does provide the relevant information for aircraft developers to read what GSX is doing, but I don't know. Maybe GSX is obviously got some incompatibilities with the Fenix in some way or another, because I mean, you know, Fenix is fairly non-standard as far as Microsoft Flight Simulator add-ons go with the external application and all that stuff. So I don't know enough about it. I don't even know why I'm trying to guess, to be honest with you. Like a sauna release today, yeah, it's very, very warm. Yeah, I had to go out earlier on and take my car to get valeted, and yeah, absolutely roasting. Find it easy to set up the MCDU on the flybywire. Interesting. That's odd because they're basically the same. They're basically the same MCDU. Using SimSpark for the NX, yeah. I mean, there are some external calculators you can use as well, and I've got a website that I've used in the past that I can link as well. Where is it now? There it is. Yeah, I'll link what I've used in the past in the chat because, yeah, it does seem to work quite well, and it's free and it's web-based, so nice and straightforward. Cabin MPA add a ton immersion. Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's cool to add little bits like that. I think it just kind of makes you feel less like you're in an empty plane. Do you know what I mean? Even though you're not in an empty plane, like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Colors and textures very faded off compared to the fly-by-wire. Yeah, I mean, I suppose obviously there are some slightly different fits to the different Airbus aircraft and the different cockpits in the world. You know, obviously you got to kind of pick one, really, don't you, and emulate that. Obviously, the fly-by-wire is the Neo, which is going to be a newer aircraft than what Fenix is trying to simulate. Fenix is, I believe, simulating a... I mean, some of the panels in the cockpit are apparently quite old-fashioned. Like the weather radar panel, for example, is quite an old panel that you don't really see that often anymore, from what I've heard. Although, that being said, I think the same one is in the fly-by-wire, isn't it? But yeah, like I say, regarding art, I mean, I think both of them are pretty good, aren't they, really? But, you know, I suppose it just depends, doesn't it? There are going to be slight variations. Ramsey, welcome, dude. It's your birthday. Let's go. Ramsey's, everybody, happy birthday to Street Racer 777 in the chat. Happy birthday, Ramsey, my friends. Happy birthday, my dude. Mike says autopilot disconnects randomly. Side stick calibrations fail constantly despite many calibrations. Yeah, so the autopilot disconnecting is definitely going to be likely an issue with your hardware on some level. And I mean, it sounds like you've already tried this, but you will need to set some kind of null zone or in the MCDU to stop that from happening. That's the best thing, but I mean, it sounds like you've tried that potentially, but it's probably worth maybe going through all your different axes with a fine-tooth comb and just making sure you've not missed anything, because that does very much sound like maybe like a jittery sensor in the middle or something like that. That's you know, basically just sort of almost invisibly giving inputs, but it's giving inputs nevertheless and making the autopilot disconnect. That's kind of what it sounds like. Vinny was thinking about buying the 4070. This 2070 is not living anymore. No, not living long anymore. Yeah, I mean, I can't really give you too many recommendations on that. Obviously, 2070 Super it's quite old now, but I did used to use a 2070 Super on this sim when I played in 1080p, and it was absolutely fine, provided you you know, adjusted your settings accordingly. And yeah, I mean, the 4070 obviously it's going to be a good graphics card, but I have heard quite a lot of people saying that the 4070 is a pretty poor value for money from what I've heard. So not sure if it might be worth waiting until you can afford either a higher one, like a 4080 or 90, or even just waiting for the next generation and then getting one used potentially. Oh, funny, your comment after that said the 4070 is great value for the performance of the card. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't really know enough about the current market of graphics cards, but I have heard people say the 4070 is a bit strange bang for buck. Captain KV's go-to aircraft is the 330 by Headwind. Love the long-haul flights. Very nice. I'm still yet to fly that, you know. Still yet to fly the Headwind. My only issue is 3600X. Can't afford both a CPU and GPU, so would have to live with a bottleneck. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Ellis. Yeah, I mean, I would obviously try and upgrade the thing that is causing you the bottleneck in the first instance, which I'm sure you will do, but... yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the case, isn't it, really? That's sometimes the case with, you know, when you build your own PC, sometimes you've got to do it incrementally. I've done that before. 2070 Super is holding on. Glad to hear it. Well, I hope it holds on for a bit longer, Vinny. Grey Shirt says, nice seeing you fly by wire. It doesn't seem like it gets a lot of love in the streamer community. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I don't know. I think Captain Canada flies it occasionally, but I'm pretty sure British AvGeek does fly it every now and again as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously we've got the Fenix now, and yeah, the fly-by-wire is fantastic, but the Fenix is just, you know, it's another level up, isn't it, really? And it's a very, very similar sort of aircraft. So I can understand why people have sort of switched over, if you like. But I still enjoy the Neo just because it's just a beautiful plane. And Flyby have done great job with it. Especially the sounds. The sounds are so good in the fly-by-wire, I have to say. Phoenix V2, no idea on that one, Captain KV. Possibly a little while yet. Phoenix simulates the CEO. They do indeed. Loving all the birthday love for Ramsey, guys. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Ramsey. Flybywire FBS is better than the Fenix. It is definitely better than the Fenix, yeah, definitely. I mean, the Fenix we all know is a big, big hog on FBS. Yeah, also good points there, Liana, about the autopilot disconnecting. Definitely, yeah. Although I would imagine they would point out a little bit more clearly what the issue is, and it wouldn't just be completely random and seem like a bug, I suppose. Yeah, Mike, I mean, I think the best thing to do is if you go into your... I mean, I can't really show you the Fenix right now, but a good way to check your axes is go into your controls options here, and then click on, you know, a controller. For example, I'll click on my my add-on here, this thingy, TCA quadrant, and we'll click on the sensitivity here. And then if you have a look at all of the axes, you see how mine are all perfectly stationary here. Except for this rudder one, you can see my rudder is just slightly off the center there. And that's because sometimes it doesn't center itself properly, but that's a good example that you can see here. So just want to check all your axes and make sure none of them are sort of not in the center position or where they should be, essentially. Some of these are fine in that position because, you know, that's my spoilers, for example. That should be there. That's how I usually use it because I have a custom axis set up in spad.next, but my rudder pedal shouldn't be there. So if I give them a little wiggle like that, it should go back to the center. There we go. And then, yeah, just check through them and make sure none of them are sort of wobbling about, really. And I'm going to add a bit of a dead zone there because I usually have it on 0 for the Fenix because you can set a dead zone through the MCDU in the Fenix. So that's what we're going to do here. Right, cool. So I hope that helps anyway. Hope you managed to get it sorted because the Fenix is a beautiful aircraft and it does sound like an issue that you can get sorted. But yeah, you can definitely have the autopilot disconnect because of the weather updating in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That is very, yeah, it's not that uncommon. We had that happen on, I mean, we weren't flying the fly-by-wire, we were flying the A310, but we had that happen on Cross the Pond, which was rather ugly. I went away to go get a drink or something. Oh, it is getting quite busy here now. And it all just... I came back to the aircraft in a rather large nosedive, which was a bit surprising, let's say. Fenix is the Thanes Tools. It's the Thales with an L, ALES FMC, and the flyby is Honeywell. Interesting. I did not know that. Although they look pretty much the same. I thought all the 320s used the Thales FMS, to be honest with you. The Thales MCDU. I thought they all used the same. This is why in the Fenix you have the temp INS temp insert button when changing a waypoint. Is that what you mean there, grey shirt? You have the temporary flight plan in the fly-by-wire as well. James got the Logitech panel this week. Oh, you got the Logitech radio panel. Oh, very good. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Yeah, really. Yeah, I mean, I think I said before that it's something that I've wanted for forever, really, for a very long time. So yeah, I'm very pleased with it. 4070 is a lot less than the 480, so it doesn't seem too bad. Yeah, exactly. The frame generation should do some good stuff there, Ellis. Definitely, yeah. 100%. Sasha, welcome. Can't stay for long. No worries at all. Hope you your lawn cutting goes well, my friend. Hope you don't get hay fever. No worries. No worries. Thanks for checking in. What time is departure? I'm aiming for about in about half an hour, but I've been waffling on for ages here now, so might be a bit later, but hopefully not. Swedish Sim Pilot, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Do I have any plans to fly in the US in upcoming streams? I do, in fact. Yes, on Sunday we are scheduled to do some real world. I've forgotten what airline now. Real world. Southwest ops in the PMDG 737-800. We're going to be flying from Portland to San Jose to Vertical Sim Ontario, which I'm very excited to check out. I've not checked out Vertical Sim Scenery before, so very much looking forward to that. Big Ols, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. V1 flies the Neo a lot. There we go. There we go. Does the fuzzair livery show up on VATSIM if you use FSLTL? It does, yes. Only the Boeing 737-800 and the Neo and the CEO A320s, but those ones show up, yes, if you have FSLTL, yeah. Schutz, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. James says, does the radio pan work okay with the fly-by-wire? Yes, it works fine with the fly-by-wire. I just tested it before the stream. It's my first time using it with the fly-by-wire, but yeah, it seems to work fine. In fact, better than it does with the Fenix because you can change the transponder through it. But yeah, it works absolutely fine. It's I'm just using a profile on spad.next that I found by Les O'Reilly. "10 hours to cut your lawn, Sasha." Crikey, how big is your lawn? Like 3 football fields. That's crazy. MPS, welcome to the chat. Hope you do well. Welcome indeed. Right, guys, we need to get started here. I've been waffling on for half an hour, so apologies for that. But you know what I'm like. Do like to speak to you guys and see what's the crack. So, right, here we are at Stansted. This is London Stansted by iniBuilds. We had a bit of a look around this on the day it released. And yeah, it is fantastic scenery. I'm sure you guys have seen it to death at this point on other streams and whatnot, but it is really good, isn't it? It's a shame that Stansted is kind of a boring airport architecturally and just in general. It's just a bit of a plain looking, very functional sort of airport, really, isn't it? It doesn't really have anything too fancy about it. It's just very, very, yeah, very bog standard, I suppose, is one way to say it, isn't it? It's just not too much to say about it, nothing that exciting, but iniBuilds have done a fantastic job replicating it here. And yeah, it's great. I mean, I love iniBuilds work. Always very, very good. It's crazy, to be honest with you, how fast they've managed to churn out all of these massive airports that they have done. I'm absolutely in awe at how they've managed to do that. Where you've got Fly Tampa, for example, who are working on Amsterdam for maybe like, I don't know, a very long time, and you've got and then you've got Oslo by Joe Erland that's been going for a long time now. But yet, iniBuilds managed to release Heathrow, LAX, Stansted, JFK in the same amount of time, which is just absolutely amazing. I don't know how they managed to do it, but nevertheless, obviously iniBuilds are a much bigger team, I imagine, than those companies. So, yeah, well done to iniBuilds. Right. Greychat says, I meant to say when you clear a disco, in the flyby it happens after you clear it. On the Fenix, you have to place. Oh, it goes to a temporary flight plan. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay. to be honest, I can't say I've ever noticed that difference. So is that the difference that defines it between Thales and Honeywell then? Right, guys, let's get rolling. NPS did a flight from Belfast to Belfast from Amsterdam today. It was crazy crosswind. I know you did, yeah. I actually saw you in the chat in British Cav Geek stream. Yeah. So I was watching British Cav Geek stream today where he was doing the Fokker. And yeah, that looked pretty rough going into Belfast, I won't lie. Right, guys, let's get cracking with the flight then today, shall we? So, we'll jump on board. Welcome aboard the 320 Neo. Let's just go ahead and just run through our OFP as we normally do initially. And we'll take it from there. So, today we're going to be fuzzair 606. We're going from Stansted to Edinburgh. We're in the A32NX, the Alpha Reg Fusili. And we are fuzzy 606 of the call sign today. Target flux time 1700. Zulu is what we're hoping for here. We might be a bit late, but target of estimated on blocks is 1823. 340 miles with a takeoff weight of 64.8 tons. Alternate is Manchester, and we're cruising at flight level 380. Trip time 55 minutes, and our alternate time 43 minutes. If we need to divert from Edinburgh to Manchester. Block fuel 5,157 kilos, and we're expecting runway 22 here at Stansted on the Ottawa 1 Romeo. And then we're expected in PIP 1 Echo 24 into Edinburgh. We do have an ATIS online here as well, so let's just check that real quick. We've got information Echo 22 in use, and the wind's 130 at 13. Right, we'll come back to that. So coming further down, 174 passengers, so full on passengers with 2.8 tons of cargo. And then the weather, we do have severe mountain waves forecast as a SIGMET here. This is between flight level 050 and flight level 230, which are... Oh, I thought this meant strengthening, and then it says weakening as well afterwards. Maybe I've got this one. I always forget these last little bits in a SIGMET, but let's bring it up on Navigraph and see if that can demystify this for us a little bit. Oh, look at that wind there at Stansted. 15 knot crosswind here for the takeoff. That should be interesting. Right, let's go to the weather layer here and then just bring up the SIGMETs. And this is what we're referring to here, this area. As you can see, it does fall just over Edinburgh, although not too many mountains in the region of Edinburgh. This is obviously more focused on the Scottish Highlands area. No, that doesn't clear anything up for us. Maybe I can do a bit of Googling in between while we're flying, and we can clear that up. But essentially, we've got severe mountain waves to be aware of between flight level 50 and flight level 230. So just something to be aware of. Like I say, it probably won't be an issue for us because we're not going to be flying over mountains particularly for this route, but just something to be aware of, big picture. Weather at Stansted, we've already briefly touched on here. The weather looks okay. We do have quite a large crosswind component, though, as we've just established for runway 22. And yeah, other than that, the weather is great with no clouds detected and 29 degrees temperature. Weather at Edinburgh, also a similar story. Different direction for the wind there. Should be a little bit more favourable for the landing. But yeah, nothing too bad there. And Manchester, weather looking even better. Right, so a quick look at the routing. Initially to the west and then up to the northwest and then into Edinburgh from the south. Significant weather charts, nothing on there. So we'll leave the briefing there. We'll have a slight tailwind of 8 knots on average for the trip as well. So lovely to see. Right, okay, let's get cracking with the setup then, shall we? So I'll turn the music down a little bit here. Okay, cool. So jump into our seat then and come to the fly pad. We'll import our data. Good. Right, so I just need to make sure I've got the third-party options on. I do. Okay, good. So we'll come to fuel and we'll import the figures there, and we'll import the figures there, and we'll go ahead and request a refueling, and we'll request the catering service as well. Oh, which catering do we want today? We'll go for Alpha, and then we'll we might as well start with the boarding as well, because we are running a bit behind here. Good. Righto. So stairs should come up. Love to see it. Very nice. Okie dokes. So have already done a little bit of setup in here, so that should save us a bit of time, but not a whole lot. I've just done the usual setup. So let's go straight into the MCU and we'll get things set up then. So we're in the AOC init pres page, and we're going from Stansted to Edinburgh. All looks good there. Fuzzy 606. So we'll come back to the data page and aircraft status. Nav database is current. All looks good there. And then we'll go init request. Good. So import all of the information there. That's all lovely. And we'll go for 28 degrees temperature outside. Good. And then we're expecting runway 22 here. And also expecting the Utava 1 Romeo, which we've got there. So we'll select that and insert. That's all good. Just going to check the coding against chart. $3,000, $4,000, and then Utava 4,000. Good. Right, that's all in there correctly. Good. Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and go like this. Oops, that's the wrong. Thinking too far ahead here. We want EGSS 2422. And we'll go radial 222 and 25, which is going to be the engine out SID, which we can see just there. There it is. Lovely stuff. There we go. Fantastic. That's good. So we'll scroll down. We'll clear out the disco. Lovely stuff. Now on the RadNav page, we'll tune the Barkway VOR. So BKY, it is already auto-tuned, but we'll hard tune it. And we'll do the same on the left side as well. So basically what we'll need is, we'll need 3.1 ISX, which we're going to use for DME. So we'll choose the ISX look DME as well. Now it gave us the runway mismatch, but that is fine. Not an issue. We're going to be using that for DME for the departure. And then we're going to turn right, intercepting the Barkway radial 170 inbound. Then to 2 miles Barkway at 4,000. Turn left, intercept Barkway radial 263. So 263 on this side, and that is also all covered there. So that's good. Secondary flight plan is still not implemented, so that's fine. And then we'll go in it to B. We can't really fill those figures in just yet, but we'll go ahead. And in fact, is the refueler here? They are indeed. Oh look, they've got. Oh no, this is a little catering truck. That's cute, isn't it? You don't always see that one, do you? That's cute, isn't it? Alrighty, cool. So the refuel is here. So we'll come back down here yonder, and we shall start the refueling, which I had on instant by mistake. I didn't mean to do that, but never mind. We've done it now, so we'll have to just live with that. Right, so we'll get our zero fuel weight and the CG off here, which is the planned weight. So 59.9 and 32.39. We'll just round that up to 32.4, as it will only take one decimal place there. And the fuel, 5.2. You have to remind me on the way back, we definitely do need to take some extra fuel. We'll get the seatbelt signs on as well now. So that's good. We're going to have a slight tailwind, as we said, 8 knots. And the route reserve for today is going to be 0.5. And alternate fuel is going to be 1.5, a little bit more than the MCDU thought there. So we'll get that in there as well, which gives us 0.5 extra. That's fine. And for the calculation for takeoff, I might as well use this takeoff performance calculator, seeing as we were talking about it earlier. Hello. So let's bring it up real quick. So just going to grab the gross weight. So to grab the gross weight in here, you want to go to click on this button, basically. This randomize button, this shuffle button. I'm not sure why they did it like that. I can understand you like swapping between zero fuel weight and gross weight, but whenever I see that, it makes me think shuffle, as in you were going to shuffle the weights randomly. But anyways, you've got the gross weight and the gross weight CG there. So we'll jump back over. So gross weight in kilograms is going to be 65156. The CG is expected to be 32.76. Oops. Config, we'll try 1+F. Anti-ice is going to be off. Air conditioning on. We're going to depart from Stansted 22. And we'll insert the weather data as well. And we shall calculate. So we've got 313248. Flaps 1 down 0.9. And a flex of only 28 degrees. Which hardly seems necessary, really, considering it is 28 degrees outside. So that's not really derated at all. Okay, that's fine. So let's jump back over then. So we'll go for 131.
Hello, sir.
132 and 148. You can check these against the speeds that flybywire have inserted here as well. So, well, maybe you can't once you've already inserted them. But that's that. We've got flaps 1 down 0.9. And I'm just going to leave the flex blank because we'll do a toga takeoff. So that's that. And then just cross-checking the transition altitude as well here with the charts, which is 6,000. That's correct. And then the noise abatement procedure here at Stansted is noise abatement 2. So we can leave the thrust reduction acceleration all as it is. So that's good. Lovely stuff. We'll just brighten up the DCDUs there, just in case we do decide to use them. Alright, lovely stuff. Okay, so that's all in there. Check the restrictions. Everything else looks good. We'll set up our arrival once we're in the air. And we could also just come here and just make sure the flight plan does look appropriate on the MCDU as well.
Hello.
Which it does. Grand. Okay, so let's go ahead then and we'll get our departure clearance and then we'll do a briefing for the departure itself. So, let's see. Who have we got online here today then? So, we've got Tower online. So, Tower can be reached on 123.805. Oh, they're using a different frequency on VATSIM as they sometimes do.
Runner 84 Bravo, you're clear to Chennai via Clapton to Echo departure, squawk 3210.
Clear to Chennai, Clapton to Echo, squawk 3210, runner 84 Bravo.
Runner 84 Bravo, read back correct.
Stansted Tower, EGHS Delta Kilo, ready to taxi whenever you've sorted everything out, no rush at all.
Thank you very much, EGHS Delta Kilo, roger, thank you.
Stansted Tower, good evening. Fenix 6 Quebec Zulu with you. We're Boeing 738 on 43 Romeo. Information Bravo QNH 1015 for critical clearance to Hanya.
These people wandering around up there, that's from GSX, I believe.
You're clear to Chania via the Clapton to Echo departure, squawk 4437.
Oh, come on, guys. Follow the green lines. Now play the game.
Project is Hanya, Clapton to Echo 4437, Fenix 6 Quebec Zulu.
China 6 Quebec Zulu, read back correct.
Stansted Tower, good.
Wow, so many people calling for clearance.
Bravo with you, stand 1 tree left with Bravo, I-4 clearance to Paula.
Check 56 Bravo, Stansted Tower, hello, stand by. AV86 Delta Kilo.
9 minutes to go.
Sierra 1 via Charles, correction. That is going to be standby.
4,000 is going to be our stop altitude. Stansted Tower, very good afternoon. Fuzzy 606, stand 32 right, type A20N. Information Bravo QNH 1015, requesting clearance to Edinburgh.
Fuzzy 606, Stansted Tower, hello, number 2 for clearance, standby.
Alrighty, so we're standing by. Cool boy, welcome to the chats. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Standby. EV86 Delta Kilo, taxi holding point Sierra 1.
It's all popping off here. We've got this Embraer next to us. Who's this flying the Embraer? That's beautiful aircraft.
Taxi via Bravo, Bravo and Sierra.
Oh, we've got a fuzzair A320 over there. You love to see it. Lovely stuff. So, is that you, James, in the A320 over there? Someone said they were behind us.
Runner 1519, taxi holding, correction, taxi stand 45 left via hotel, next right onto Juliet.
Oh, that's you, Ramsey, in the Embraer. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Is that the Flight Sim Studios Embraer? Oh, James, you're the EasyJet. Oh, right, you're already underway then. That's you over there then. This is James. Not this guy. this plane over here.
Golf Lima Golf, nothing further, Uniform 122, that's flying goodbye.
It is quite busy at Stansted, yes, it is indeed. Hopefully it gets even more busy for our return leg. Right, how are we doing regarding passengers? Nearly there. 60 more to go. So the great thing about the A32NX is that it actually syncs up the loading of the aircraft with GSX, which is super, super nice.
And Ryan 1519, just to confirm, you can go straight to 45 left via Juliet.
You have to let us know how the takeoff is, James. Because it looks like a bit of a spicy crosswind here. 15 knots crosswind. With a slight tailwind as well, actually. So.
Red 1, Stansted Tower.
Red 1, flight of 2, ready to copy.
I'm interested if you.
Red 1, just if you could help me out a little bit. If you just file a quick VFR flight plan, you don't need to put anything in there aside from, you know, just put in your direction of travel and your aircraft type, and that'll be enough for me.
Sorry, I just...
I don't see any passengers. How do you do that? That is through an add-on for the sim called GSX Pro.
Yep, no worries. Thank you so much. That's going to be very helpful.
Ramsey's in the Fenix. Oh, okay. Got you.
16 knots via Sierra 1, runway
Nice livery. Cool boy says I don't have this opportunities in the game. Oh, you mean the passengers? Yeah. Well, check out GSX Pro if you're playing on PC. Then check out GSX Pro by Fsdreamteam. Can you add me? Yeah, if you like. Yeah. About an hour and 53 minutes flight. Where are you going, Ramsey? It should be less than that.
Ryan 1519, we want to confirm that we're right.
Jaco, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Watching with a notebook on the side and pen to take notes. Very good, very good. Well, if there's anything you want to ask, feel free.
45 left.
Stand 45 left, dear Julius, Ryan 1519, thank you.
Ryan 975, actually, did the previous controller give you clearance?
Right, so yeah, flight time should be about an hour, Soren, just under. Elliot, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. It is very busy here, yeah. It is indeed. Jaco says, what is it you're looking to see, Jaco? The charts? We'll be doing a briefing once we've got our clearance here. Roy, welcome to the chat. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, hope you are as well.
Fuzzy 606, start the tower, confirm ready, copy.
Fuzzy 606, ready to copy.
Fuzzy 606, you clear to Edinburgh, Utah 1 Romeo departure, squawk 0352.
Clear to Edinburgh, Utava 1 Romeo, squawk 0352, Fuzzy 606.
Fuzzy 606, reback correct.
Oh, it's a pain setting my transponder on there. 0352. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good. Alrighty.
Red flight tape.
So, before we do the briefing, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 5.2 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. Dias are in. Nav and the bar ref is set to 1015 on both sides. Lovely stuff. Right, so takeoff or departure briefing. We'll jump over to the fuzz pad here. Right, so we're departing London Stansted. This is the 30-9. We're currently sat here on apron Charlie. Actually, no, we're not. We're on apron Bravo here on the just by the main terminal. So let's have a quick look at our taxi out. I'll just start the APU in the background whilst we do this. So APU starting. So looking at the taxi, we're departing runway 22, which is just here. So we're currently, like I said, on this pier. So we're currently at stand 3 to right, which is here. So we'll probably push back onto Bravo. And then the taxi should be quite straightforward, really. It'll probably be Bravo, Hotel, and then Sierra. Or Romeo, but most likely Sierra, if our last departure was anything to go by. So straightforward taxi, Bravo, Hotel, Sierra.
Stansted Tower, that is correct. We are two aircraft, two ship flight.
And then looking at the departure. So this is the 30-3 mic chart. Airport elevation 348 feet. Transition altitude is 6,000. That is also checked in the MCDU. When instructor contacts Stansted director, we probably won't need to do that here because they're not online. We'll just go to Unicom after we've taken off, essentially. So that should be quite straightforward. So we're cleared for the Utava 1 Romeo, runway 22. This is going to take us initially straight ahead using the lock DME to judge the first turn here. 3.1 ISX, which is the lock DME. We're going to take a right turn to intercept the 350 inbound radial to the Barkway. Sorry, I shouldn't say inbound radial. I should say inbound course to the Barkway VOA. And then continuing out to 5 miles from the Barkway VOR, we want to be between altitude 3,000 and 4,000, and then at 2 miles, continuing on the same inbound course, we want to be. It's a required altitude of 4,000, but given that we're going to be on Unicom, we'll most likely give ourselves clearance higher before that, around that point, somewhere around then. And then from there, we're going to take a left turn to intercept the 263 radial from the Barkway VOR outbound to Utava, which has a required altitude of 4,000 feet. MSA in the area, 2,100 at the highest in the southwest area here. MSA is based on the airport reference point ARP there. So that is the departure briefing. The weather is good, although we can expect a pretty heavy crosswind for the departure, as you can see here. Navigraph depicts this quite well for us. You can see 50 knots crosswind there and 6 knots tailwind, so it could be a little bit interesting. Although I'm interested to see how recent the weather is actually, the weather report for that. Let's see. 1620 Zulu, so it is quite old now actually, 40 minutes, but not, well, I suppose it's not that old actually, is it? 40 minutes old, so yeah, wind 110 at 16. So yeah, should be a little bit of an interesting takeoff. We'll definitely need to make sure we're using a bit of rudder there as we track down the center line. Other than that, nothing too crazy. Nothing really threat-wise to be aware of. It's a fantastic weather day, except for the winds, and the aircraft's in good condition, and we're fairly familiar with the airport, and it's only a short taxi out. It is fairly busy though, so we do need to make sure we're listening out on the frequency, at least when we're on the taxi out. But like I say, we probably will get past the Unicom after the takeoff, so it should be quite straightforward after that point. Right, okay, so the APU is available.
Speedbird 350 requesting push and start.
I did forget to start the chrono, but let's assume it's been a minute already. And yeah, let's prepare for the departure then. So we'll get the external power disconnected.
350, stand 32, push us up.
Everything's disconnected on the ground, and we'll prepare for pushback then. So let's request pushback.
1015, Speedbird 350.
And we're just about on time. We're 1 minute delayed at the moment, but we should be able to make that back in the air.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Alrighty. What's my name? It's the same as my channel name. Cool boy.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Red 1, flight of 2, Stansted Tower.
Red 1, flight of 2. Ready to copy.
Do you have issues with the flight plan? Also how to intercept the ILS when ATC tells you continue turning on heading until you join the localizer. What do you mean by that?
A120 interchange, not above altitude, 2,000 feet, VFR.
Well, they wouldn't usually tell you to continue turning on a heading until you join the localizer. What they'll usually do is they will usually give you a heading and then clear you to start the approach. So it would usually be a case of heading 340, just as an example, heading 340, cleared ILS approach 23 right, or whatever approach it is. Usually they wouldn't say continue turning on a heading. That's a bit strange one. That's very confusing. Is it a risk that you get a delay penalty on Newsky now it's busy here at the airport? Yeah, potentially. Yeah, potentially. That's always a possibility.
Red flight, flight of 2, stand by 1 minute.
Fuzzy 606, stand 3, we're actually 33 right. Request push and start.
Fuzzy 606, stand 33 right, push and start approved, QNH 1015.
Push and start approved, QNH 1015. Do you want us to push into the far side? I can see the British Airways Embraer just push behind us.
Hey, so if you could push onto Bravo West, that'd be great.
Yeah, cool. We'll push onto Bravo West, Fuzzy 606. Right, good. So let's just continue pushback, and we're going to actually push back onto Bravo West, which is this one right here. So facing north from Bravo West.
Locking gear.
We'll start the elapsed timer there. The APU is nice and warmed up now, so we'll start the APU bleed. Beacon light can come on, and we'll do the before start checklist. Parking brake is currently set. Takeoff speeds and thrust 31, 32, and 48. Windows are closed, and the beacon light is on. Before start check is complete. Getting lifted up now by the tug.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing.
Parking brake released.
All engines clear. Start at will.
And we're going to push onto this line over here so the other aircraft can taxi past us on this. Alrighty, so we'll go for an engine start on number 2. Engine mode selected to ignition starts.
Hotel and Papa.
Engine 2 start.
Runway 22, Mike Hotel Papa, red 1 flight 2.
Your life vest is in a pouch under your seat. If instructed by the crew, tear open the pouch, remove the vest, and pull it over your head. Wrap the strap around your waist. Secure the buckle and pull the strap tight. Are you ready to see
And red 1 flight, red flight 2, Stansted. Just confirm you're squawking 7410.
7410.
This Airbus A320 is the
AFM 7410.
AFM, just squawking 7410. I'll run the command in X-Pilot just in case.
I really do not get it. I had this incident on JFK. I was telling it to turn, heading, etc., but I wasn't lined up with the runway. Yeah, usually they won't give you a heading to be lined up with the runway. Usually they will give you an intercept heading to intercept the final approach course. So what that means is, if you imagine the extended center line coming out of the runway, which is the the final approach course, you will get usually you'll get a heading to. I'll show you on the chart in just a second, actually. Right, let's just jump over here real quick. So let's just say, for a very, very quick example here, we're flying into Edinburgh here.
We're both squawking red 1 flight 2.
Please set parking brake.
For the ILS.
Red 1 flight 2, AFM.
We're going for an engine 1 start as well, by the way, chat, because the other engine's available. Yeah, so let's say, for example, I'll overlay this onto here so you can see with the terrain. So let's say, ignore the DME arc here, just ignore that. So let's say we've got Tartan here, which is a waypoint. Now let's say ATC asks us to fly heading whatever this is, 045 from Tartan, and then at some point up here they will give us another heading. Say they give us a heading 270 degrees, and they may say from that point, they say heading 270 cleared ILS approach runway 24, which is what this approach is for. So when you're on that heading 270, what you would do is you would then arm the approach in your aircraft, whatever button that is. If it's an Airbus, obviously it'd be the approach button, and that's how you would do it essentially. Because if you continue flying on that heading, at some point you're going to intercept the localizer, which is obviously this right here. So you're going to fly in towards that, and then if you've got approach mode armed, the aircraft will just automatically turn onto the final approach course like that. Hopefully that makes sense.
Channel 6 Quebec Zulu, Roger, my apologies.
Right, okay, both engines are started. That feels so much quicker in the flybywire, or the Neo should I say. So we'll go normal. We'll get the transponder on. We'll come here, we'll check the ECAM status, that's all good. Fuel prediction page, 32.8 is the CG, so we'll wind that forwards to there. We'll do a quick flight controls check, so full left, full right, and neutral, full up, full down, and neutral, and then on the rudder, full left, full right, and back to neutral. That's good. We'll get the terrain display on. Auto brake max. 4,000 feet is the stop altitude. That's all good. Come up top, get the APU bleed off and the APU master off, and we'll do the after start checklist. So anti-ice not required. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim is what was that? 32.8, and the rudder trim is neutral. After start checklist complete. Good. Right. I heard the controller say someone else had come online. Ground has come online. Okay, good. So I'll contact ground now. 121275. 121725, sorry. Stansted ground, very good evening. Fuzzy 606, we've just pushed on to Bravo West, request taxi.
606 Stansted ground, good evening, Salman number 1, rate shack 56 Bravo, taxi holding point.
Right, we'll set the flaps for takeoff as well.
Thank you, taxi holding point Romeo 1 by Alpha Hotel Romeo, GSX 56 Bravo. Fuzzy 606 taxi hold short hotel via Bravo.
Hold short, hold short hotel via Bravo, Fuzzy 606. Right, so this is basically just straightforward, and then we're stopping here.
Uniform Mike, Boeing 737-800, stand 41. Information.
Right, so we'll ding the cabin as it's a short taxi.
Blue Max 7 Uniform Mike, stand.
Taxi lights can come on, of course.
Start cruise, stand 41, face west.
We'll do a takeoff config check.
Push and start.
That's all good.
West Elm, stand 1. 7 Uniform Mike.
We'll get the radar and predictive wind shear on now as well.
Speedbird 350, request taxi.
So we're just going straight forwards here, and then this is hotel here, this final taxiway. So we're just gonna go forwards to about here and stop.
Taxi hotel via Bravo, Speedbird 350.
As this guy's gonna cross in front of us.
Speedbird 3.0 hold short hotel via Bravo.
Right, taxi checklist, flight controls checked, flap setting, config 1+F, radar and predictive wind shear on an auto. Engine mode selector is in normal, and the ECAM memo is takeoff no blue. Also got this nice little mod for Flow Pro here now, chat. So we've got the before takeoff. So basically what that'll do is it's like a virtual first officer that will do some of the final before takeoff checks for us before we actually line up, which is super handy because that's very...
606 continues taxi holding point Romeo 1 via Hotel and Romeo.
Continue holding point Romeo 1 via Hotel and Romeo, Fuzzy 606. So that's the first holding point here. You can see where that Jet 2 has just gone, the Jet 2 Holidays livery, that is. And that's not as we briefed, so it's just this first left here.
Point Romeo 1, runway 22 via Hotel and Romeo.
So yeah, the Flow Pro add-on, it basically just does the landing lights and the TCAS and a few other items for you, which is quite nifty, I think. And it's got the same thing for the... there's Romeo. It's got the same thing for the after landing flows as well, which is super nice.
KLM 2727, please repeat. KLM 2727, I need to go on flight up 190 or less.
Good. Righto.
KLM 2727, disregard, you take flight level 180.
Here's Romeo 1. Also, I just wanted to try something real quick.
KLM 2727,
Apparently you can drag this over to the side here. Oh, you can. You put that anywhere you want, or is it just on the right? Oh, it's on the right or the left. That's pretty nifty, isn't it? Oh, well, let me click on it though. Just drag it away. Okay, interesting. Right, this is Romeo 1 anyway.
Anthony via departure Nobo 1 Romeo, runway 22, squawk 5404, QNH.
Set the parking brake there.
KLM 2727, brake, fuzzy 606, contact now 123, definitely, bye.
1238, Fuzzy 606.
Speedbird.
Tower, good afternoon. Hello again. Fuzzy 606 for Romeo 1 for 22.
Fuzzy 606, Stansted Tower, hello.
Alrighty. Lovely stuff. No worries, Jacko. I hope that helped. Feel free if you've got any more questions to ask.
Is a flight of 2 hogs to the south of the air.
One thing that I would recommend though is if you're struggling with commands like that, it'll be a lot easier for you to kind of run through these things. If you fly to a little bit quieter airports, obviously JFK can be very, very busy. But maybe try some quieter airports, and then you can actually ask the controllers to clarify what they mean in scenarios where it's not quite so busy. So that's something that could be worth giving a try.
6 Quebec Zulu behind the departing jet 2737800 via Sierra 1, line up wait, runway 22 behind.
Put it behind the departing jet.
Wow, busy. Email, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. It's been a while. Heavy on performance, as in the scenery. It is a little bit heavy, yeah. A little bit heavy.
Oh, and a bit pear-shaped, requesting downwind
It's not,
back into the circuit.
not the worst that we've had, but it's definitely it's not super smooth.
Remain south of the airfield for now, and traffic will be...
George, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
7800 departing runway 22.
Remaining south of the airfield now for Red 2.
I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, how are you? Oh, just on cool. That's you in the E195. Very good, nice. Is that the which Embraer add-on is that?
Notch runway 22, clip takeoff.
Clip takeoff runway 22, track 628.
This guy's clear for takeoff. Possibly us next.
Speedbird 350 at Romeo 3 behind the fuzzy A320.
Can I link to that mod? I can, yeah. I'll bring it. I'll bring it up here as a reminder, and I'll probably have to do that when we get in the air.
Track 56 Bravo, nothing further, Incom 122, just make, bye.
Oh, there we go. I'm too quick. There we go, Liana.
Stansted Tower on a 4 Delta uniform, fully established, ILS 04.
Jetty, no worries at all. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. How to have a co-pilot? This is the flybywire.
Delta uniform, you're gonna have to go around these.
You turn it on in the in one of these tabs, I think. There we go. Settings, realism, show pilot avatar. There we go.
Ryanair 41 Delta uniform, you're gonna have to go around the active is runway 22.
Oh dear!
4 Delta uniform going around.
Someone was coming in from that end. That is rough.
Uniform, we go to Unicom now until you're established on runway 22.
Over to Unicom for Ryanair 4 Delta uniform.
Dan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
Channel 6 Quebec Zulu, nothing further, Unicom 122.
Also, am I supposed to receive any altitude changes in speed once you join the localizer, or you just press approach? So, Jacko, once you've been cleared for the approach, you would then just be clear. You would then just assume you are cleared to fly the approach. So you don't need any more clearance to descend on the approach. So if you get established on the localizer, then because you're cleared for the approach, that also means that you're cleared to descend on the glide slope.
Fuzzy 606 behind the landing Ryanair 737-800 via Romeo 1, line up runway 22 behind.
Behind the arriving Ryanair 737-800 via Romeo 1, line up runway 22 behind Fuzzy 606. There they are. Bit of a crab on there, as you can see. Oof, it's going to be interesting takeoff, this chat.
Red 1 flight is here, you saw frequency.
Right, we'll release the parking brake there. We'll do our final check. So let's test this out before takeoff checks.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Oh, they've reset that timer. That's not what I want them to do, but anyway. Right, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 22 is confirmed. TCAS is TARA, and the packs are on. Before takeoff checklist completes, they've also put the landing lights on and the strobe lights as well. Probably wouldn't normally put the landing lights on at this stage, but nevertheless, we'll just roll with it. Bad lineup there, I say.
Fuzzy 606, winds 120 degrees, 15 knots, runway 22, correction 22, clear for takeoff.
22, clear for takeoff, Fuzzy 606. Right, let's do it, chats. Spool them up to 50%. Take off. I went the chrono start. Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Man Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set.
Right.
Airspeed alive.
Bravo via Sierra 1, runway 22, line up away.
Oh, we're needing a lot of right rudder here. 100 knots. B1 rotates. Nav. Positive rate, gear up. Oh, a little bit off centre line there, but that was quite difficult, I will say.
Alright, 42 Bravo, set winds 120 degrees, 15 knots, runway 22, clear for takeoff.
Runway 22, clear for takeoff, run at 84 Juliet Bravo.
Climb, lever climb.
606, Unicom
Thrust climb, auto thrust. 1228, Fuzzy 606. Thank you, bye.
Stansted traffic, good evening, Ryanair 37. Taxi hold on a final runway 82.
Alright, 37 Foxtrot Juliet, stop.
Right, we're on Unicom, and the speed checked. Keep going up to 7,000. In fact, full. Open climb. And flaps to 0 as we're above the S speeds. Set standards. A little bit bumpy here on the departure. Lovely. So we've got flight level 70 blue, alt blue. In fact, we'll go 120. Disarm the ground spoilers. And the nose lights can come off. Being the cabin crew. There we go. Lovely stuff. There's Stansted. Very long turn here to intercept that radial. Alrighty, flight level 100. We'll get the AP2 in now just so I can do some stuff. We'll get the landing lights off. Seatbelt signs. We'll leave on for now. We've got another long turn coming up. And we're on our way, chat. Lovely stuff. Right. Good, good, good. Very nice indeed. Very hazy. Oh, no, I didn't want to level off there. Okay, never mind. We'll keep on going up. We'll just clear ourselves all the way. 380.
Stand traffic, Blue Max 1 seconds in setting final.
Flight level 80. Flight level 380 blue. Thrust climb open, climb up blue. Standard is set.
Uniform over Parkway. We'll be shooting our left runway 22 Stansted.
Good, off we go, chat. Righto, so let's just check. No more ATC on at the moment, no center controllers, so it's going to be a bit quiet here on the frequency for a little while. We should get, I imagine, some ATC for the return though. Good stuff. Right, lovely. Do enjoy the flybywire. It feels much better in a crosswind takeoff as well. Okie dokie. Eudemonkos, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. What's my opinion on the flybywire? A lot of people hate it because it's full of bugs. Oh. Interesting. I've not heard that, actually. I've not heard that opinion. All I hear for the flybywire is praise, to be honest with you. I really haven't noticed many, if at all, any bugs. And I've been using the experimental and the development versions for quite some time now. In fact, that's all I've been using for probably about 2 or 3 years. I mean, there have been a few bugs over the time, but I wouldn't say it's full of bugs, that's for sure. The flybywire is fantastic. It's great. I mean, it's free for a start off, and it's incredibly detailed for a free add-on. It's just brilliant. I mean, it has more detail in it than some paid add-ons, and I mean, you can't really fault that. And I definitely wouldn't agree with the notion that it is full of bugs, to be honest with you. As you can see, we've just taken off. We've done the full flows from cold and dark to takeoff with 0 bugs. So I'm not sure where that one comes from, but yeah, it's fantastic. It's great. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to spring the money on the Fenix, the flybywire is absolutely fantastic, and you can get pretty much the same experience, to be honest with you, with the flybywire as you can in the Fenix, if you don't sort of you know, go super deep with it, I guess. For general operations, it's very similar. I mean, they do feel slightly different to fly, but in many respects they are very similar. And as I've just seen there with the crosswind takeoff behavior in the flybywire, it's actually better than the Fenix, in my opinion. The Fenix is very odd takeoff and landing behavior in crosswind, which I know they're working on, but that's how it feels currently. Look at this down here. What is that? Is that racetrack down there with like a big road around it? So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. "18 knots from the left you had, James." Yeah, it felt pretty wild. I think I'd nearly well over half rudder deflection in then as I rotated the aircraft. It's pretty crazy. Right now, the flybywire is better than the Fenix, also confirmed by V1 Simulations. There we go. Exactly, yeah. So V1 Simulations, guys, if you don't know, V1 Simulations is another fantastic streamer here on YouTube. Well, the seatbelt signs can come off now, of course. Another fantastic streamer here on YouTube, but they're actually also a real-world Airbus A320 captain. So that's pretty strong statement right there. Ah, not again. Why does it do this every time these days? I thought they fixed this. Does that mean the ground textures are going to go bye-bye? Probably further away they will. Out of Stansted and not in Ryanair, what a shame. Home email, welcome to the chat. Yeah. Fuzzair today, my friend. Our very own airline for the channel. Lovely stuff. I need to watch that stream. I missed that, but only caught the beginning and the end. Which stream was that one, Grey Shirt? Sorry, I think I missed what we were talking about there. Everyone said the flybywire is better. That's good enough for me. Exactly, yeah. I mean, I think he might be speaking in some specific terms because there obviously are some areas where the Fenix is clearly superior, but yeah, I think potentially you might be talking on a, you know, maybe a flight model and general fly-by-wire feeling perspective rather than the sort of systems, I suppose. Although that being said, the fly-by-wire, you know, the actual graphics and the fonts they've got is very, very accurate. I know there are some inaccuracies with the Fenix regarding the current, you know, system displays. As is shown in their V2 update, they're obviously working on a V2 which fixes a bunch of this stuff, and you know they're obviously going to make some amendments to the PFD and various other system pages. In terms of bugs and fixes that need to be addressed, just that. Fenix is behind. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the thing is with the bugs and fixes in the Fenix, I think the reason why they've sort of fallen behind in that respect is because I think what they've decided to do is because they know they're going to make a V2 update, which is going to be a very big update, what they've decided to do is rather than extending that update out even further and using development resources on fixing things, they've basically decided to put all of the fixes and stuff like that they need to do with the V2 update as well, so that it doesn't delay it as any more than it has to do. I think that's what they said on the Discord. So yeah, and then you've got obviously the fly-by-wire is a team of, you know, hundreds of people that are working on, you know, little things at a time. So I suppose, you know, that's one advantage, I suppose, to being in, you know, an open source project like that, where they can just, you know, have people pick up little areas that they want to change and make better, and they're not really bound by, you know, big, you know, goals that they want to achieve and delivering certain value to their customers and things like that. They can just sort of do what they want, really. Which is cool. Nothing wrong with that. One thing I love about the flybywire is very easy to use use the iPad as an MCDU. Yes, yeah, that's a very cool feature that they have actually. I've personally very rarely used that, but it is very cool that they've got that at all. Yeah, really, really good. And the flybywire is free. Exactly, Captain KV. Exactly. Unicorn all the way up. Yeah, unfortunately, James. Yeah, it seems like there's no controllers on at the moment, which is actually quite surprising for this time on a Friday. But I'm assuming it will pick up within the next hour. I imagine some more will come online. Captain KV says I don't have much money these days. Every day, cost of living, etc. But I've donated to flybywire when I could afford to. Yeah, exactly. That's very, very noble of you to do. And yeah, exactly. I mean, the fly-by-wire team are providing, you know, a service, I suppose. They're providing a valuable and very, very detailed and well-researched piece of software to everybody for free. And I would definitely encourage that as well. I would definitely encourage anybody, if they can, to donate or you know contribute to the fly-by-wire project if it is something that you enjoy. And yeah, absolutely. Jetty flew the 320 for the first time in 2 weeks. Takeoff felt so great. Yeah, it is a nice. It is nice feeling aircraft when you, especially when you compare it to the Fenix in a crosswind. That's for sure. Do I like the 757? I absolutely do. Yeah, I love the 757. It's a really cool aircraft. I'm looking forward to seeing the Bluebird Simulations add-on that should be coming out at some point in soon. TM. Right, I'm just going to take an opportunity here, chat, whilst we're flying in relatively sparsely populated airspace, to come into here and just turn my data back on, because Microsoft turned it off for me because it thought I had too low bandwidth. Which I think we all know is a bug at this point, I think. Flybywire is working on a new version of the FMC, which will do the secondary flight plan. Amazing. That's fantastic to hear. There we go. There's the ground textures back. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I mean, they've got so much stuff they're working on, which is just great. Great. I can't wait to see what it's going to be like in another year, the fly-by-wire. Hopefully they'll have their own model implemented, the FMC, and oh, it's just going to be so good, man. I don't know if any of you guys have tried the Zebo mod in X-Plane. That is obviously a similar setup to the fly-by-wire team. And that is just absolutely amazing. It's such a good add-on. It feels like payware. It feels more detailed than most payware add-ons, to be honest with you. I would argue it's better than the PMDG in terms of, you know, how it feels to fly and the system depth and all of the features that it has. I would say it's better than the PMDG. Obviously, visually, you know, it's X-Plane, so I don't really want to compare it on that aspect, but it does look good despite that. But it's obviously not Microsoft Flight Simulator, is it? So. Ari, that circle you Brits on your roundabouts. Great shirt. I don't think that's a roundabout though. I don't know what that is. It definitely doesn't look like a roundabout though. Roundabouts usually have multiple roads leading into them. That was just a circle round with you know, maybe like a couple. In fact, let's just Google map it real quick. Let's see if we can work out what that is right there. So, where are we exactly in the world? We're probably just north of Stansted, right? So, let's see. Oh, it's going to be quite difficult to find, but let's. I'm just going to give it a quick try here. Because it's pretty distinctive from the air, right? So maybe we can see it. Actually kind of difficult on Google Maps, I'm not gonna lie. Which app allows you to overlay a flight plan onto a satellite imagery? Can you do that in SimToolkitPro? I think you might be able to. Let's have a look. Because it was sort of just after that second turn, roughly, wasn't it? Satellite map. There it is. I can see it. Right, so where is that exactly in the world? So it's just to the west-northwest Stansted. So just a little bit south of, I think it's Royston. Or is it Cambridge? Sorry, chat, but I've got to find this now. Man, why is it so difficult to see it on the Google Maps? Oh, I found it. Beautiful. Right. Now we can find out what it is. Just in case you guys are wondering, I'm sure the suspense is killing you. Here we go, chat. It is Millbrook event venue. So I guess it looks like there is some sort of track down there that you can drive on. And there is quite a few roundabouts, actually, it looks like. But yeah, it looks like it's an event space, but you can also... looks like there's a track there, I suppose. That's what it is. There we go. Very cool indeed. Yeah, nice. So there we go, chat. After all of that, I'm sure you were very underwhelmed. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Oh, look at that British Avgeek coming in with the... You knew what it was. Good. Oh, I've lost it now, chat. It's, I think it was just north of Luton here, I think. Let me just search for it now we know the name. Millbrook. Millbrook. There it is. Yeah. So just east of Milton Keynes, south of Bedford. There you go. Milton Keynes postcode. Lovely stuff. Welcome to the chat though, British Avgeek. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I'm I'm sure the guys in the chat are, you don't need any introduction to them, but welcome nevertheless. Hope you do well. Enjoyed your stream today. Very spicy landing, that one at Belfast. The Fokker looks absolutely fucking amazing, doesn't it? It looks great. I'm looking forward to giving it a try out myself. It looks like JustFlight have really upped their game in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Even with those 8K textures, and the lighting looks so good as well. Absolutely stunning. That's your end, is it, the commentator? Very good, very good. You'll have to go check it out on your bike and let us know how it is. Jetty flies, yes. Yes, Ohio and Peanut. Dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear, dear, oh dear. Watching in the background, but wanted to say hi. F28 handles like a Fokker. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? I mean, you know, but yeah, I'm looking forward to digging into that. I just wish I had more time to kind of dig into it. I think at the moment, because I'm so busy, I mean, I'll be able to try it out, but I don't think I'll be able to kind of dig into it as much as I would like to. But yeah, it does look fantastic. Alrighty. Wish they did the same as the BAE, where you could disable the FMC. I'm pretty sure there is a toggle for the toggling off the GPS, if I remember correctly. I'm sure British AvGeek can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure there was a toggle to turn the GPS off, so you could have it sort of very au naturel, if you like. Very vanilla. Cambridge and Bedfordshire got a mention. Indeed, Dave. Indeed. Cambridge is an absolutely beautiful city. Really enjoyed Cambridge when I went there for some work not that long ago. Very, very clean and pristine looking. So nice. Give it a go. It's a laugh, but it takes some learning. Yeah. Yeah. I'll grasp it easy, I'm sure. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, it's just like any of these other old sort of aircraft that we've had for the sim, isn't it? Or just old aircraft in general. They've just got so many buttons and switches. It's so easy to get sort of led astray. And then they've got this one little really unique system that no other plane has, and you've never seen it before, and it's like super important. And if you forget to turn that one switch that's hidden away, like those switches under the throttles, for example, then you know you're gonna have a pretty poor time. Ah, there we go. Yeah, you turn the GPS. Turn the GPS off. Very good. Yeah. How do you report someone on VATSIM? I have someone blocking the frequency up in Edinburgh. Oh dear. What? Have they got like a stuck mic? Or are they just being a troll? Maybe try send them a message first telling them they've got a stuck mic if that's what they're doing. But if you need a supervisor to come on, if you think the trolling is .wallop in VPilot. Daz, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if I've seen you pop up until now. Oh, you were here actually at the start, weren't you? Very good, very good. All right. Dan's not going to try the Fokker. Fair enough, my friend. You need a flying Tesla. Yeah, well, I mean, might be a while till we see one of those. Although that being said, The Volocopter is actually, you know, it's kind of similar to a Tesla, right? It's got very minimal displays. It's electric. I don't know. How many of you guys have flown the Volocopter, by the way, chat? It's quite interesting. I've not flown it extensively, but I've had a few romps about in it. It's super, super sedate and slow, but it's kind of nice for this sim, to be honest with you. And the model on it is really top, as you would expect from a Sobo. Custom Bros, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Custom Bros, I'm so sorry. I have no idea why Nightbot just timed you out. Anyways, welcome to the chat. I'm sorry your message got deleted there. Nightbot sometimes gets carried away. Oh, the trolling. Yeah, just type a full stop and then wallop in VPilot like this. You don't have to use caps, but yeah, type it in like that. Can't wait for the 330 and the 777. Try the 788 this weekend. Yeah, that does look very nice as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of those. All of those. I've not tried the 788 yet, but yeah, it does look very nice from what I've seen. Yeah, it looks like they've got some really nice textures on that as well. It looks like it's got a bit of wear and tear to it as well, doesn't it? Unlike the Sobo 7810, which looks very plastic and pristine, and yeah. Wasn't that broken for the longest time? I'm not sure, Chris, because it's been a very long time since I flew that. But welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Just flying over the beautiful Lake District here, chat. As I always love to point out, one of my favourite places in the world. When we fly over it. Absolutely love it. Got the tallest mountain in England just somewhere around here. I think this is it right here. Scarfell Pike. Might be this one. Could be also this one, I think. Difficult to tell from this angle. Oh, where's our window gone? There it is. Don't mind us just doing a little air walk. Jetty Flies says, I have a question. What aircraft has the best interior, Fenix or the ATR? Oh, that's a very tough question, actually, because they both have very good. I would probably say the Fenix, to be honest with you. I mean, the passenger cabin on the ATR is excellent. The Fenix, I would say, is better, though, because it just has, you know, a bit more to it. You know, it's got the working no smoking signs, the seatbelt signs, which is always nice to see. And then in the flight deck, I think the Fenix does have a better one. I think in general in the Fenix than the ATR. It's just a lot more detailed. I think the ATR one is definitely no slouch though. Definitely no slouch. But yeah, the Fenix is just fantastic though. Soon we have so many good quality aircraft. Can be hard to choose one to fly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we've already got tons of high quality aircraft. Yeah, I think the problem is, you know, if you try and fly a lot of complex aircraft all at the same time, it's so easy, unless you're flying like so much, like every day, multiple flights. It's so easy to forget, you know, other aircraft. And yeah, it's just tough. I mean, I personally don't have a lot of spare time to flight sim at the moment, so that's why I tend to stick to just a handful of aircraft, because yeah, like I say, you just forget. And I like to stay proficient, if you like, especially considering I don't have that much time. I don't want to get in an aircraft and just be like, oh, what's this? What do I do? I've forgotten how to do this. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be great, isn't it? It's going to be fantastic. Really looking forward to seeing what PMDG do with the 777. I'm looking forward to seeing if they up the game a little bit, actually, to be honest. Because you've got like Fenix and JustFlight coming out with these absolutely sublime textures for their aircraft, and other developers as well. And then I would say Fenix, I think, sorry, not Fenix, PMDG, I think they're lagging behind a little bit in the texture department. So I'm quite intrigued to see if they up the game on that respect, but regardless, they do still make fantastic aircraft. It has to be said. Why is Nightbot constantly timing you out, Custom Bros? That is so odd. I'm so sorry about that. Let me just give Nightbot a telling here, real quick. Let me just calm Nightbot down. Wait, are you posting loads of emotes with your messages, Custom Bros? Because if you are, then that's why it's timing you out. I can see the emotes in the Nightbot dashboard, but I can't see them in chat. Do enough people in the cabin from GSX? Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how well that works. I mean, I'm sure they'll do a good job, but I'm just intrigued to see how well they can, polish that kind of feature. Like, is there going to be, like, are we going to be able to sit in the Fenix and turn around? There's going to be people there, and you're going to be able to hear, like, ambient sounds as well? Is that how it's going to work? Or is it just going to be people sat there who are completely silent? MPS is almost stuck on the PMDG, and the Fenix BA146. CRJ, ATR, A310, flybywire, I like them all, but always to 98% take out the PMDG. Yeah, exactly, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah, I don't blame you. There's a good choice out there, isn't there? Yeah, I mean, they're all aircraft that we've enjoyed on the stream before, for sure. And a lot of them I've enjoyed a lot off stream as well. Oh, no, Chris, please, no. Hopefully there's a config option, right? No crying children, please. Right, let's see if I can catch up with some of the older messages here. It's a bit like the Mad Dog, is it? British Advocate. Yeah, it kind of looks a little bit like a Mad Dog as well, doesn't it? A little bit smaller, though, but yeah. Very good. Adam G says, can anyone join your virtual airline? That would be yes, Adam. Yeah, everybody's welcome. Commentator actually knows a guy that works there. Oh, at the racetrack. That's amazing, my friends. That's amazing, dude. Well, enjoy your ride anyway, my friends. Enjoy. It looks like the new runway idea. The circle runway, Roy. Is that what you're talking about? I know I've seen... Oh, my days. I'm not paying any attention here. Toppity said... Oh, my... Oh, chat! Oh, my days. I've been so distracted here. What is going on? We're literally here already. Edinburgh Airport is like down here somewhere, right? But you can see it there. Oh dear, I've just flown straight through the end of my flight plan and just carried on. Okay. Oops daisies. Right, so let's just find the nearest hold, and then we'll go into the hold and we'll descend through there. Tala is basically straight ahead, so let's go to Tala. We'll go direct to Tala, and we'll come in here and enter a hold. So the published hold is left turns. Actually, no, that's not a good one. No, we could go to Tartan instead. That would be better, wouldn't it? We'll go Tartan. That's going to be more... I can't believe I've done that. It's the first time I've ever done that, I think, chat. Okay. So the inbound course is going to be 015, and it's going to be left turns. Time 1.5 minute legs. Interesting. We'll go for 1 minute. We'll insert that. Dear me. Did I miss descent? Yes, I more than missed my top of descent. We almost flew directly to Edinburgh without descending at all. Right, well, at least we get to do a bit of a holding action in the fly-by-wire. It's been a while. So we might as well start down here whilst we're getting established in the holds. We'll just start down initially with minus 1000 VS. Just while it sorts itself out here. As you can see, Edinburgh is just there. That's the airport. Let's just make a... I'm just going to put a text note on VPilot.
Edinburgh traffic runway vacated and taxiing to 30 via Alpha Lima Echo.
Edinburgh traffic holding at Tartan. Descending in the holds. Flight level 70. We'll put 70 in. Oopsie daisies. I severely underestimated how much time I had to chat to you guys. Right, guys. I am going to get prepared here for the arrival. And then I'm going to... Then we'll talk again. I really need to sort my life out here. Okay, so we're entering the hold at Tartan, and we are holding with left turns. That's good. So we'll set up an arrival. Current runway in use at Edinburgh. We'll just double check that on flight radar real quick. Although I imagine it probably is 24. Edinburgh. It is indeed 24. Good. So we'll set up ILS 24, and we don't need a star at this point because we've already flown right past the star. We're basically holding at the initial approach fix where we would basically come to the end of the star that we were planning to fly here. So yeah, we've got runway ILS mismatch or LS mismatch. Let's just check things here. That's probably because we manually amended it earlier on. Clear these guys out here. I've been doing too much chatting this flight chat, and I've just not not done anything at all, but you can see it's nicely auto-tuned everything for us, so that's very nice.
Now would be a good time to wrap up.
Good, right out.
If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate.
So that's that. We'll get the Meta. This is no ATC online currently at Edinburgh. So it's going to be 22011 is the wind. Oh, I'm all flustered now, chat. QNH is 1013, 23 degrees temperature, and the winds 220 at 11. Transition altitude is a good question. Now, I meant to... there's actually an add-on you can get for Flow Pro that I wanted to actually get. I completely forgot to, but it's basically a transition level calculator, and you can calculate a transition level using Auto here, which would be really, really handy for those times when we don't have ATC online. But nevertheless, the transition altitude, the transition altitude is 6,000, so we'll call it 7,000, which was already set there, so that's fine. We're going to do the ILS-24, which has got a Cat 1 minima of 300, and we'll do a flaps full landing. The noise abatement is noise abatement 2, so thrust reduction acceleration at 1600 is fine. That's good. So that's all of the arrival performance data inputs. We've got our approach input as well, and we are becoming established in the hold, so that's good. Lovely stuff. Right, we'll go down a bit quicker than that now. We'll go 2,000 feet per minute. And we're back at holding speed. Good. Right. No worries at all. So, we'll do our landing performance as well. So, EGPH. And we'll fill the data from the Meta. Runway elevation is 136 feet. And the heading is 241. Slope is 0.119. I don't think it'll actually take that. Might take 0.1. Landing distance available is runway 24, 2,032 meters. Let's just see if it will take 113. No, it won't. Okay. Good. Approach speed is going to be 129. And the weight on landing is going to be estimated 59.9 plus 1.3 is going to calculate 60.61.2. That's full. Reverse thrust, no. And autoland, no. Calculate. Right. Looks like we need medium auto brake, which is fine. Medium auto brake selected. Brake, med, blue. Okay, let's go to open descent now. So we'll go thrust idle open descent. That's going to... We've increased our speed by quite a lot there using VS2000. So we'll do open descent just so we can manage that speed a little bit better. Right, good. So we're going to descend on down in the hold to flight level 70 here. Right, still doing the pattern entry. Taking its sweet time. Right. I can't believe I did that, chat. Alrighties, so that's that done. let's do a... We won't do an arrival briefing. We'll do an approach briefing, I suppose. So let's jump to the fuzz pad then and do that. Alrighty, so we're arriving into Edinburgh. This is the 11-3, and we're going to be expecting to fly the ILS DME runway 24. The localizer is India Tango Hotel with a frequency of 108.9. Final approach course 241 degrees, and the final approach fix 4 miles ITH, 1,420 feet. Runway elevation slightly lower than the airport itself at 100 feet, with the airport sitting at 136 feet. MSA highest in the south at 3,900 feet. And you may remember there was a Sigma earlier for severe mountain waves, so something to be aware of as we pass over some hilly terrain, which we do have a little bit here to the south of the airfield. And the ILS itself is basically we're going to expect vectors. We're going to vector ourselves onto final. So
traffic fuzzy 512 is on the EGPH approach. Edinburgh traffic.
Okay, that's Ramsey coming in on the AGPED 1 Echo, I believe he is doing. So this is the arrival that we would have originally flown. We would have come in, what we were going to do, we were going to do IMPIP 1 Echo, so we would have flown down here like this and then come to Tartan and then gone to Vectors. So we're actually now just holding here at Tartan. Right, so as we said, we're going to vector ourselves from Tartan onto the final approach course, runway 24. The ILS itself has a platform altitude of 3,000 feet here. The glide slope is 3 degrees. Minima Cat 1 we're going to use is 300 feet. And then if we need to go around, it's quite simple here at Edinburgh. We climb straight ahead to 3,000, then as directed. With no ATC online, we are, you know, we're just going to have to manage that ourselves in terms of navigation now, which will most likely involve left turns to establish back onto the ILS. Good. Right, so we'll have a look at the taxi we're expecting as well. This is the 10-9. We'll arrive on runway 24. We're using a medium water brake, so I expect we'll be able to vacate here at Bravo. And then we'll take a left turn onto Alpha. And then we'll take a right turn onto Echo there. And we'll park at one of these stands here at the main terminal. So I would imagine we'll go for one of these down here. Let's just say number. Where have I not parked in a while? Let's say stand 4. I don't think I've ever done stand 4 before. So we'll do stand 4. Where's my pen?
I can hear you.
There it is. Right. So stand 4. So as we said, it's going to be a left turn onto Alpha and then a right turn Echo. Stand 4. Good. So that's the briefing. Weather at Edinburgh we'll have a quick look at as well.
Edinburgh traffic, Fuzzy 512 is on approach for runway 06, heading direct to Tango Lima Alpha, Edinburgh traffic.
So winds 210 at 11 knots, and the weather is pretty good, really. Other than that, fairly solid bit of wind there from the southwest, but other than that, nothing too crazy.
Edinburgh traffic for Fuzzy 606. Can you tell me your position?
Yeah, Fuzzy 606. We're just in the published hold at Tartan. We're currently flight level 207, and we're aiming to descend down to flight level 70 in this hold. and then vectors on to the ILS 24 Fuzzy 606.
Copy, and this is Fuzzy 512. I am on approach at 7,000 feet, heading direct to Tango Lima Alpha.
Good. Right. So weather's pretty decent. We can expect a little bit of a crosswind component for the landing, but nothing too wild. The QNH down at Edinburgh is 1013. Excuse me, which will just preset there as well. Lovely. I'll put TCAS below. And estimated fuel on board below minimum there for our diversion to Manchester. So we better make sure we land it here, chat. Right, well, this is going to be a fairly slow descent here due to the holding speed that we'll have to do, the holding speed that we have to fly here. So, could probably catch up with some more messages. Beautiful scenery here, though. It's kind of happy we had to hold here. Can't lie. Everybody likes to hold every now and again, don't we? Surprisingly, not much turbulence, although, yeah, I'm sure the Sigmet said severe mountain waves up to flight level 250, which we're definitely not experiencing at this moment in time. Seems quite smooth. Although we're not, I suppose we're not directly over the mountains yet. Right, I can catch up with some of the messages here then whilst we do this. Alrighty. Such an enjoyable bunch, not your fault for going MIA. Exactly, chat. I mean, you know, I'm enjoying talking to you far too much to have to worry about, you know, doing the main focus of what the stream is about, you know, flying the plane and that. This is just, you know how they have on Twitch, they have that just chatting section. That's what we are now. That's what we are. We're just going to sit in this hold and just ramble on. Alrighty, let's see. Reinhard, welcome to the chat. Due to thunderstorms at the campsite, we have to stay in the holding company. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, indeed. Right. This happened in real life when the pilots were listening to a commentary of a football match in Brazil. No way. That is crazy. Yeah, I think there was also an incident where some pilots in the US were having a heated discussion about politics or something like that. Or their pay. I think it was about their pay, actually. And they ended up overflying the end of the flight plan because they were just getting into a heated discussion. Apparently they had the laptops out and yeah, they ended up doing exactly what we've just done here, basically. Imagine having to explain that to your boss and the passengers. Oh, we were just having a bit of a debate about our pay. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, I think Mentor Pilot has done did a video on that one, if you want to know more about that. I've looked on Google, so more likely to know it's a push to talk option called in search. Ah, okay, looks like you've resolved that already. Yeah, that's a V-Pilot thing. Indeed, indeed. Have to try flying like a Stuka Ju-87 with an Airbus. Yeah. I'm not sure that would go down too well on Newsky, though, to be honest with you. Unfortunately.
Edinburgh traffic, Fuzzy 512.
Looking forwards to trying some of those steep descents in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 though. In the what is the Airbus? The A400M. That can do some really, really steep descents as well, can't it? That'd be fun.
I think 240.
Right, I'm just going to take another quick glance at the traffic situation around us. Looks like we're pretty clear. Keep the drinks rolling. Keep the drinks trolleys rolling as we hold. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, Mike. The flight attendants have been instructed. Free drinks all around. Water, of course, though. Had to go early today. Got to do some furniture shopping. Oh, just uncool. That does sound like fun, though, to be honest with you. Do like a bit of furniture shopping. Especially if that involves going to IKEA. Dear, oh dear. What am I putting in the note? What a nugget. I should have put that at the end, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I, the honour? What a nugget. Yeah, hopefully, Jetty, I won't get a... Hopefully I don't get a bad review on Newsky. Oh, you know what, chat? Could this go any worse today, chat? Could this go any worse? I actually forgot to start the tracking on Newsky. God damn. Right. That's it. Okie dokie, chats. I've just lost us $35,000. What a nuggets. Right, well I guess, chat, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna proceed to descend at a little bit more speed than this. Then we'll get the seatbelt signs on, chat. No more free drinks. We'll get a bit of speed break out, shall we? And I mean, we're nearly flight level 70 anyway, so we can probably go to vectors momentarily here. Turn the music down for the approach. And yeah, let's just let's go to vectors here, shall we? So we'll go take a left turn here, heading 060. Set ourselves up a extended center line. What we're looking at here, 061. So let's see, does this actually work? Yeah, I'm not sure if it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. So we can't do our extended center line. We'll exit the hold as well, and we can do an extended center line this way though, can't we?
Edinburgh traffic, Fuzzy 512 is 2 miles out, runway 06. Edinburgh traffic.
EGPH 24, and we'll put in 061, and that should give us an extended center line here. Get the speed brakes in. There we go. That works. And we'll keep coming down. Edinburgh traffic, Fuzzy 606, leaving the hold at Tartan. And vectors for the ILS 24. Currently at altitude, flight level 70, descending altitude 3,000 feet. Fuzzy 606, Edinburgh. Good. Right, we'll go to local altimeter, which is Q1013, and we'll do the approach checklist. Bar F is set, 1013. Seatbelt signs on. Minimum 300 feet. Set. Auto brake, medium, and the engine mode selector is in normal. Approach checklist complete, and we'll go to the approach phase here. It's started accelerating rather rapidly. I'm interested. What speed was it actually going to go to there? I didn't see the bug there at 250. Interesting. Cool. Get the LS push buttons on. Turn ourselves in a little bit tighter here. Edinburgh scenery is so good. Yeah, it's fantastic scenery by Pyreegue Devco. Indeed, indeed. British Avgeek says, how are you finding Newsky overall after a few months? It seems so much more polished and realistic compared to FS Hub. Yeah, I really love Newsky. To be honest, I hate flying without it. So even when I'm doing realistic airline flights, I sort of I still book a flight on Newsky as well, just so I can track it, because I love it so much. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I never really had the chance to try anything like FS Hub or any of these other like VAMSIS or the other sort of platforms for virtual airlines. So I don't really have a basis for comparison. I know a lot of these other platforms do have some of the features that Newsky does, but yeah, I just think Newsky is just I have no real need for anything else, I suppose. I think it does everything that I want it to, and it's just a really nice, clean, slick interface, and it's easy to set up, and yeah, I really like it. I think Robson's doing a fantastic job with it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the airline ranking system coming in soon as well. I think that's going to be super interesting. Right, so we're VS minus 500 alt blue heading 000, and we're looking to intercept the ILS here. Give ourselves another heading just inbound before we do so.
Traffic runway 34 Fox Charlie, taxi holding point Delta 1 runway 24 via Echo and Delta Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic fuzzy 606. We're on base leg for runway 24. Will report established. Edinburgh traffic. Yeah, glad you think so too, British Avgeek. Yeah, it is really good platform. I do enjoy it.
Traffic,
why were we holding? Quizzy, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. We were holding because I missed my top of descent, and I also flew past the end of my flight plan, so we ended up having to descend in the holds. Alright, what we can probably do here is just give ourselves direct to the final approach fix, and that should be nice and straightforward for us. Nav. Alarm approach. Say we're cleared for the approach. So we've got Cat 3 dual AP 1+2 lock blue glide slope blue. No worries at all, British Avgeek. Thank you very much for dropping by, and the same to you, my friend. The same to you. Have a fantastic evening and a good weekend. Take it easy, dude. Scandinavian Captain, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome. Behind the Skies, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. When will the mini cockpit FCU release? They're due to start shipping in November, I believe, Jetty Flies. Right, lock start, and we'll go to flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1. Glide slope start. I love how smoothly the autopilot flies in the A32NX. It feels super, super polished.
$2,500.
Okie dokie, flaps 2, speed is checked. Flaps 2, lock and glide slope. Flaps 2 set, gear down. That should hopefully help us with this high speed situation here.
Pilot Fenix, please prepare for landing.
This stuff. I'm the spoilers here. Bring the cab in. Alright, flaps 3, speed checked. See the bridges out the window on this approach. Very, very nice. You've got the Highlands in the distance. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And you've got this hill, famous hill in Edinburgh. I can't remember the name of it actually, off the top of my head. Right, flaps full, speed is checked. Flaps set to full. Fourth bridge, yes indeed. Matt, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Mariner, welcome, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Right. Landing checklist, decam memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Going altitude is 3,000 feet, isn't it? It is. Right. Lovely stuff.
1,000.
Autopilot disconnected. Struggling to keep on speed here. Auto thrust disconnected as well, and we're a little bit off center line here, so let's just correct for that. So we do have a bit of wind from the left here, but about 50-50 split between the crosswind component here and the headwind component. So we're looking good.
500.
Ground of feet is checked, we're stable.
400.
Need to get a little bit more to the right.
$300.
Oh, I forgot to call short final. Edinburgh traffic, fuzzy 606. Short final, sorry for the late call.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
$100.
So kind for those guys to wait there.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10, 5.
Spoilers, decel, reverse green, manual braking, reverse stowed. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Right, here's our exit. Edinburgh traffic, fuzzy 606. We've vacated at Bravo. Thank you guys for waiting. I appreciate that. Edinburgh traffic.
No problem. Very good.
Right. So we'll do the after landing flows. We'll get the first officer to run through everything here. We'll get the flaps up and the spoilers disarmed. So I should have set the lights, which he has. He's turned the APU on as well. And radar and predictive wind shear has been turned off, as well as the TCAS. Good. Lovely. Super nice, that. Okay, good. So after landing checklist, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear are off. After landing checklist complete. Good, good. Yeah, flybywire does feel very nice to land, I have to say. And we were going to go for stand 4, weren't we? Is it A4? Alright, let's get on the centered line. So sad I didn't have Newsky recording there for the landing. Because I feel like SimToolkitPro is going to give me probably a worse rating than what it actually was. Oh, is stand 4 taken? Oh, it's such good scenery.
I'm very sorry. I didn't just connect to that.
We've got 4A here.
In 2 minutes or so anyway, so I'll get you away.
There's number 4. Okay, good. Lovely stuff, chats. Lovely stuff. Can't believe I forgot to start Newsky on that flight. Well, there's always something, isn't there, chat? There's always something. Right, we'll get the lights off here. Interesting that it put the takeoff light on, though. Not the taxi light. Which is a bit strange. Kind of wish I went to 4A now. I wish it's got VDGS guidance there. This one doesn't. Don't even have a marsh though. Feels very tight to that other plane there. We just have to marshal ourselves in then, I guess. I'm sure I selected this stand on GSX. Wait, where's the stop bar here? Oh, just coming up to it. I'm just going to stop there, actually, to be honest, chat, because that jetway is a bit awkwardly positioned. Right, okay then. So, welcome guys to Edinburgh. APU is available. We'll get the engines off. We'll wait a second or two, and we'll get the beacon light off. We'll request deboarding. We'll get the fuel pumps off as well as the seatbelt signs. Transponder can come off as well, and we'll do the parking checklist. Parking brake is set, engines off, wing lights off, fuel pumps are off, parking checklist complete. Now, I'm not sure what GSX is going to do here. Yeah. For some reason, we're in the wrong spot for that jetway. Oh, there is actually a VDGS there. It's just hidden behind the jetway. There it is. I can't believe it, chat. 2 streams in a row and we've picked a stand which doesn't have a working jetway. What are the chances? Dear oh dear. I'll move to a different stand for the next leg, but that's just such poor luck, isn't it? Am I taking a break? Yeah, I'll take a few minutes break just to get everything sorted for the next flight in terms of the OFP and whatnot. But yeah, I forgot to record a replay as well. It's all going wrong today, chat. It's all going wrong. Right. Well, at the very least, we can have a look at the landing reports on SimToolkitPro. Now, bear in mind that SimToolkitPro does not use the same variables as Newsky in terms of tracking the landing. So it is generally quite a bit more inaccurate, as you will see in a moment. But nevertheless, let's have a bit of a look here. Alrighty. So it's been a while since we looked at one of these on SimToolkitPro, isn't it? So the landing rate, it says it was 2.299 feet per minute, but it also says that it was 1.04 G, which doesn't really add up, does it? But nevertheless, 299 is what we'll go by. It looks like we were nicely on speed there, and heading was 5 degrees off, but yeah, not too shabby overall. I think we nailed the touchdown zone right after the aiming point. Here is where we touched down, although this dot does say that we were on the center line, but we were probably actually more like, that was probably our wheel setup here as we touched down, so we were probably a decent bit to the left of the center line. So once again, like I say, it's not super accurate here on SimToolkitPro. So we were probably more like that, those two green dots. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. Not the greatest though, but everything else went wrong, so why not the landing as well? But yeah, not the worst either. Touchdown zone I'll take, so I'm happy with that. Just a G rating more than just a VP their feet per minute. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, but even still, 1.04 G is like nothing basically, isn't it? It's basically 1 G. Although it kind of did feel like that, honestly, when I touched down. It did feel very smooth, I felt like. Warp to A4 and use the jetway. Yeah, well, I'll let the flybywire do its deboarding process, and then we'll move to a different stand, I think, for the next flight. Where are we? Yeah, so there we go. It's doing its deboarding. Right, good. Okay then, chat. Who got the closest then? Let's just say it was 299, and that would make Roy the closest. Nicely done there, Roy. Nicely done. Although we're going to be using Newsky for the next flight, so we should have a much better time doing the landing rate. Okay then, good stuff, chat. So I'm just going to take 5-6 minute break here just while we set up for the next flight, and then we'll excuse me, and then we'll get rocking and rolling back to Stansted, where in terms of ATC there is actually London control on now, and we also have oh, we've got 2 London controls on. I'm not sure what you would call this one. Yeah, still London control. Okay. So, yeah, we should have some ATC for the arrival back into Stansted. Not that many arrivals like there was on Tuesday. Heathrow looks like it's the place to be tonight, but still decent amount of traffic. So, we'll have a look at that, like I say, once we get set up for the next flight. So, bear with me 5-6 minutes, chat. And I'll be back with you for the return leg. Mikhail, yes, I have seen the new Fokker. Yes, indeed. It looks fantastic. We can chat more about that once we return.
Airline traffic, runner 473 Zulu, pushing back down to 0 Edinburgh.
Alrighty, chats, we're back before the timer even ended. Love to see it. Right. Alrighty, Ramsey made 6,451 and it was a 9.9 a flight. Nice, dude. Nice. I'm glad someone did something right. Nicely done there, Ramsey, my friends. Nicely, dude. Nicely done, dude. Am I enjoying the radio panels? I am indeed. Yeah, I really like them. Indeed. Right, so we're going to move stand here, chat. Which one shall we go to? I think 4A is probably not going to be ideal because of this aircraft next to us. What's this little guy supposed to be? Oh, it's supposed to be an Embraer. Spawning as a little tiny. Right. We want to go to a different stand. I think we go to stand 2, don't we? All the parkings are all messed up here, I feel like.
Edinburgh traffic, easy 46 Alpha Hotel, pushing back from stand 1, the Edinburgh traffic.
I didn't want 2A. I just chose number 2.
Edinburgh traffic, 256, still Zulu, 15 miles out from the ILS runway 24.
Oh, look at this kind of... Look at this parking system here. That's old school, isn't it? Wait, what? There's a 2A as well? What? Oh my days, this profile is so messed up. I think I need to do some fixing on it. Why are the parking spots so... What? Right, let's just...
Edinburgh traffic, flight 2939, taking up from my 24, go from departure Edinburgh.
Right, that will do. That will do. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we?
Edinburgh traffic, runner 473 Zulu, taxi in Golf, Mike.
Right, I'm just going to leave that door closed because the fly-by-wire... I've left the APU on. This is the fly-by-wire. It's... when it does the automatic GSX synchronization, you have to have the... you can't have the doors open when you click boarding, otherwise it just kind of messes up a little bit, I think, if I remember correctly. So we'll get the ground crew to drop off the nice cute little GPU here. How good is this scenery though, chat? Come on now. Come on now. So good. Absolutely love it. Love to see the fuzzairs joining us as well. Absolutely fantastic. Great stuff. All right. So, I'm going to request refueling. Good. Okay, ground power is connected now. And it's turned itself on. That's good. We'll get the APU off. Stop the noise polluting this beautiful part of the world. Okay, cool. So, let's get set up for the next flight then, shall we? So, we'll go ATSU, AOC. Init, data request. And then we'll come back to init. We'll get that stuck in. What's the temperature here? 22 degrees. So that's good. And then we'll go flight plan. We're expecting... Oops. What happened there? Wait. Wait, what? Where's our departure airport gone? Just disappeared. That's that's the first. Excuse me. That's the first time I've seen that one.
Edinburgh traffic, Ryanair 473, still departing runway 24 Edinburgh.
Huh.
And Edinburgh traffic.
Alright, let's try reset this real quick.
Edinburgh traffic.
Thought you could just select the secondary nav database and it would reset the... Oh, it does. Okay, good. Right, let's come back here. Try that again. There we go. Good. Okay, so departing runway we're expecting is going to be... Well, it's actually said 06 on SimBrief for me. Make sure I start it on Newsky this time. So it says 06. Let's see what they're using in the real world. Still using 2.4, so we'll use 2.4. And we're going to use the GOSAM 1 Delta. Sorry. GOSAM 1 Charlie, different runway, which we'll insert. Interesting that it shows runway 06 actually, because that's definitely not the most ideal runway given the conditions. Nevertheless, the GOSAM 1 Charlie is going to take us out 2,300 minimum there, 4,500 minimum there, flight level 60 required, and then flight level 60 at GOSAM. That's good. Fantastic. The departure is a traditional nav-aid based departure. So 2-4, we're going to climb straight ahead to Uniform Whiskey NDB, which is Uniform Whiskey. Stick that in there. And we'll make sure we select the ADF here on the right hand side. Good. And then we're going to climb straight ahead to Uniform Whiskey NDB. That's also identified by 4.5 ITH, so we don't necessarily need that tuned in, but we'll put it in anyway. Cross above 2,300, turn right 262 bearing, cross 9.5 ITH, above 4,500. 14 ITH 6000 to Mavics, turn left, intercept the Tango Romeo November, radial 037, inbound to GOSAM. That's actually going to be the 217 inbound. So that's set, that's good. Right, that should do us. And then, of course, we'll just set the engine out SID here. Now, this may be non-standard. No, it's actually normal. Okay, so we'll go EGPH 2.4. And then 241 degrees to 25 miles. That's going to be our engine out SID there. Good. Okay. So carrying on then. Got a disco. We'll get rid of that. And then we'll go to our secondary, which is not implemented. And then we'll come and start doing some loading here. So we should have the refueler here now. He is connected. I'll make sure that's on real this time, which it is, and we'll import our figure here. In fact, so it has planned 5389. Hang on, we need to do this one as well, don't we? Sorry, I'm so not used to the flow here in the flybywire. So 54 is going to round it up to. So I'm actually going to round that all the way up to 6,000 for this flight. Of course, there may be quite a lot of traffic going into Stansted. There might not be, but it's good to be prepared. And then the payload page will import. Looks like they fixed that. That was broken last time we did 2 legs. So that's good. And the payload we're expecting is exactly that. So that's grand. Okay, we'll start with the boarding of the passengers then. Fantastic. So, zero fuel weight, 60.4, 32.7. $60.4, 32.7, and then the block fuel we're expecting is 6 tons. I should have known that off the top of my head, really. I just put that in myself. Wrong button. And then for the wind, we're expecting a slight headwind of 5 knots. Our route reserve is 0.5 and our alternate 1.3, which it's got Bob on there. So that's good. Fantastic. So that'll give us 1.1 tons extra and 40 minutes of time, 38 minutes. So yeah, that should hopefully be okay. So that's good. Now we'll get our gross weights off of here. And we'll go to the fuzz pad and we'll do our performance calculation. So it's going to be 64,320 for the gross weights and the CG 32.91. We'll try 1 plus F and we'll use the same as last time. We're going to departing Edinburgh 24. Let's calculate. Right, so we've got 333447. 5,000 is the wrong transition altitude, and everything else 27 degrees of flex, hardly any flex at all there. Alright, good. Let's go back. So we can actually check these against what the flybywire thinks by doing this. Oh, I thought you could just press these and it puts the speed in, but maybe they... Interesting. Oh, you need to put the flaps in first, don't you? Of course. 133, yeah, that's bang on. Let's put in the flex as well. 133, that's bang on. 134, that's bang on. And 138. So slightly different V2, but I'll take it. Good. And then trim's going to be down 0.1. Sorry, down 1. 27 degrees of flex. NADP2 for departures. That's all good. Fantastic. Stop altitude is 6,000 for the departure. Good. Right. Let's just finally check through the flight plan here. Make sure it all makes sense. Good stuff. Right. Okay. And just as a failsafe, in case I get carried away chatting again, I'm going to put in the arrival here. Actually, no, it's probably a good thing I don't put the arrival in, actually, because it's probably better to not start flying on the arrival if you're actually missing the end of your flight plan there. So we'll leave it at that and we'll do the rest while we're in the air. Good. Right. Oh, passengers are very excited taking pictures of the beautiful fuzzair A320neo. And we'll leave the LS push buttons in because we're going to need those for the departure. And everything is looking good. Are we still refueling? We are. Good. Okay, so cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pin to go is removed. Actually, I can't do this yet, can I? Let's do the OFP brief, shall we? I know we've already been through everything, but we'll quickly run through it anyway, just so it's all fresh in our minds. So we're going to be fuzzair 607, Edinburgh to Stansted, and we're in the same aircraft. Call sign's going to be fuzzy 607, and the target off block's 1935. So we're actually running quite a bit ahead of schedule at the moment, and the estimated on blocks 2109. 375 miles, 65.6 is the estimated takeoff weight, and alternate is Amsterdam. Cruising flight level 350, and trip time 1 hour and 6 minutes with an alternate time to Amsterdam from Stansted of 40 minutes, and the block fuel we're taking is actually 6 tons in total, so we can actually add 7 to the takeoff weight here, 700 kilos. Which is going to put us up to 66.3 there for the estimated takeoff weight. We can just amend this real quick to runway 24 and go Sam 1 Charlie for departure. And expecting Listo 1 Lima runway 04 at Stansted, although it was runway 22 when we took off, and it may well be the same when we arrive. So something to bear in mind. We'll make sure we check the ATIS en route. We're full on passengers, 174, 3.4 tons of cargo, and the weather is Sigmet's actually disappeared now, so that might be why we didn't experience any turbulence ourselves on the way in. And looking at the weather at Edinburgh, we already know really the picture here. Winds 180, 8 knots, and the weather looks really fine. Other than that, a little bit of wind there from the south. Right, so weather at Stansted is still looking pretty windy, pretty crosswindy. So we could expect some crosswind if they are using runway 22. Mind you, we'd expect crosswind in both scenarios, but more so on 22. In fact, no. Hang on, what other runways have they got at Stansted here? They've got 22 and 04, so yeah, it would be more. Well, actually, no. Surely they're using 04 now. Otherwise, we're going to have a massive tailwind. Yeah, we'll see on the way. But, yeah, other than that, weather looks fine at Stansted. And weather at Schiphol also looking very nice indeed. Routing, going to take us out initially to the west and then down, back over the Lake District again. And then into Stansted from the west over London. Well, actually, it's not over London, is it, Stansted? Stansted's north of London. Significant weather charts, there's nothing really showing there. You can see just on the edge here, looks like that's potentially a jet stream, but nothing too much to concern ourselves with. So that's that. We'll go ahead and do the departure briefing as well whilst we're here, because we do have the passengers boarding. So we're departing Edinburgh. This is a 10-9. We'll have a look at the taxi initially. Airport elevation 136 feet. So we're currently parked here at the main terminal stand. Excuse me, stand 1, and we can expect a pushback facing to the north, and then we'll taxi Echo, Echo, and then a right turn on to Alpha, and then down towards Delta for Delta 1 runway 24. Take off runway 24 here, and then we are going to depart on the GSM 1 Charlie. This is the 10-3. Transition altitude is 6,000 feet. So GSM 1 Charlie's for jet aircraft only, and it's initially going to take us outbound to straight ahead to the Uniform Whiskey NDB. This is also identified by 4.5 ITH, which is the locked DME here. Quiet altitudes at Uniform Whiskey, minimum 2,300. Maximum 6,000. We're then going to take a right bearing towards 262 track and out to 9.5 ITH, at which point we need to be above 4,500 and still below 6,000. Then continuing out to 14 miles where a required altitude of 6,000 is in place, and then continuing out to Mavics, and then a left turn to GoSam, which is also required 6,000. But given the fact we do have no ATC online, we are going to look to increase our cleared altitude well before we get to go, Sam, I would imagine. As you can see in the area, not a terribly large amount of traffic to worry about, so we can more or less clear ourselves up to our cruising flight level relatively early here to 350. The weather is good, as we said, and we're very familiar with Edinburgh as an airport, so no real threats really to mention, and yeah, pretty happy with that. Good. So let's see how the boarding's doing. $104 out of 774 boarded. Does that match up? It does, yeah. 105. Great. That's so good how well it syncs up with the fly-by-wire. I love it. Great. Okay, so anything else we need to do? We're on Unicom. That's fine. Yeah. Nothing else to do really. We'll reset our transponder to 2000, and we can also reset the rudder trim here as well.
How are you?
Good. Okay, dokes. So, cockpit preparation checklist we can do now. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity is 6 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. Adheres are in nav, and the bar ref is set to 1013 on both sides. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Good. ATC is online. Oh, are they? Fantastic. Fantastic. I'll have a speak to them in just a sec. Newsky has started, James. Yeah, thank you very much for the reminder. Thank you, thank you. What do you use to have a FO? Oh, you mean the captain here? You just basically come into the fly pad, realism, and you can turn it on through here. So show pilot avatar, toggle that on. You can also have the FO on as well, so give yourself legs, but they just disappear, so there's no point. So yeah, that is that. Good. Love this scenery. So nice. Can't wait for EGNX. Right. ATC is online apparently. They are. Tower on 1187. We'll go for the ATIS on 131350. Let's see if it does actually work via voice.
Edinburgh information Bravo. Time 1850 Zulu. Runway in use 24. Transition level, flight level 75. Surface wind 210 degrees. North, varying between 170 and 240
Oh my god. Of course someone starts speaking as soon as I...
or more. Fuel at 3,000
I can't.
feet. Temperature plus 22. Dew point plus 13. QNH 1013. Acknowledge receipt of information. Bravo.
Right, good.
And then like what RUK was for. But let's go first. Go someone Charlie departure. Book 7641.
Right, so we've got Bravo.
Information Bravo. QNH 1013.
Please do Belfast. It goes on 3 Charlie. QNH 7041 for Blue Max 9451.
I'm sure that Blue Max departed Stansted.
7641, the QNH 1013, Blue Max 9451.
Blue Max 9451, what's correct?
Edinburgh Tower, very good evenings. Fuzzy 607, stand 1, type A20N, information Bravo, QNH 1013. Requesting clearance to Stansted.
Fuzzy 607, Stansted, go someone Charlie departure, squawk 7504.
Clear to Stansted, go Sam 1 Charlie, squawk 7504, Fuzzy 607.
Fuzzy 607, correct?
Good, okay.
Good evening, Edinburgh.
All as expected, chats.
Good evening, Edinburgh Tower. Fuzzy 556. We are on A320 at standby. We have to request IFR to Stansted, Fuzzy 556.
Fuzzy 556, clear to Stansted, go someone Charlie departure, squawk 1254. Edinburgh information.
Wherever I mounted my radio, it's just literally just under my desk on the edge, on the far left hand side, so it's sort of more or less directly underneath my throttle quadrant.
556, correct.
It's not the best angle to look at the screens from, but it works.
Fuzzy 512, requesting clearance delivery to Stansted with Bravo and Stand 3.
I don't really want it on my desk, that's the thing. I did move stands indeed, Ramsey. You're about to push back. Good. Yep, I think we are too as well. Looks like we've got all the passengers on board now. We'll get the APU started up.
Go San 1 Charlie departure in 5437 512.
Fuzzy 512, correct.
Fuel pumps can get started as well. Controller is barely audible. Yeah, it was a little bit of a funny connection, wasn't it? But they were just about. I could hear them. Maybe it didn't come through quite as well on the stream, but I could hear them quite well.
Stand 3 with Bravo, ready to push and start.
Fuzzy 512, push and start, clear.
I think it's probably because I had the I think I had the sim sound probably turned up a little bit too high as well, to be honest. That's my fault for poor live mixing. Okay, AP is available. Start the chrono. Good. Right. So. Got 19 minutes to go, so we want to wait really about 4 more minutes before we push, because otherwise Newsky is going to penalise us for departing too early. But what we will do is we'll get the jetway disconnected. There it goes. We'll get the external power off and we'll dismiss GPU. Also get the tug connected, and so we're ready to rock and roll once we do hit our early target off blocks time.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
3 minutes. Okie dokes. Good, good, good. Slightly moved the camera as well, guys. You may have noticed. It seems like I've not quite got the angle right there. It seems like it's a bit too far over.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So hopefully a bit better. Good. Righto. The tug's connected. Our colleague Ramsey's pushing back there. So yeah, we've just got a couple more minutes to kill here. So shall we go for a little bit of a browse around here, shall we? Look at these landside textures though. Fantastic, man. Lovely. Nice buses here, Edinburgh CityLink buses. Bit of an M&S. Doesn't look too well stocked though, to be honest. No till in here either. It's just one of those free-for-all stores where you can just take it and run. Yeah. I mean, this was one of Pyreegue's more earlier works for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I remember when I first saw this, I was like, wow, this is just insane. And now, if you look at the most recent one that Pyreegue released, which was Edinburgh, absolutely insanity. So good. Right. I think we're ready to rock, chats. APU's nice and warmed up. We'll get that APU bleed on. Oh, it's toasty back there. Crikey. Let's crank that down. Go pack flow high for now. Right, let's request push. Edinburgh Tower, Fuzzy 607, stand 1, request push and start.
Fuzzy 607, stand 1, please start approved, face north.
Push and start approved, face north, Fuzzy 607. Okay, let's go, chats.
Locking gear.
And Fuzzy 512 ready to taxi.
Okay, beacon light on, seatbelt sign should already be on. I'm sure I did a checklist for that. I must have just completely glossed over the fact it wasn't showing on the eCam there. Nevertheless, before start checklist, parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds and thrust 33, 34, 47, 27 degrees flex. Windows are indeed closed and the beacon light is on before start checklist complete.
Edinburgh Tower, 556 is ready for push and start. Stand by.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Parking brake released. Let's lock that guy as well. Turn the transponder on.
Departing aircraft, push and start.
Right, so engine mode set to ignition start. Engine 2 starts.
Across your left, you and the seatbelt sign is off and have it visible to the crew at all times. Your life vest is in a pouch under your seat. If instructed by the crew, tear open the pouch, push the vest and pull it over your head. Wrap the strap around your waist. Secure the buckle and pull the strap tight. As you exit the aircraft, place vest signaling down firmly on the red tab while going into the tubes on both sides. A locator light on the shoulder will turn on automatically in water, and remember never place your vest inside.
Such bass.
This Airbus A320 is 8 emergency exits, 2 doors in the front, 4 window exits over the wings, and 2 doors in the back. Each door is equipped with an evacuation slide that can be detached from the aircraft and used as a ramp.
I love the fact they added this audio that you can just hear in the back. It's like, it just adds so much. It's great.
Please take a moment now to locate your closest exit and remember it may be behind you.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake sets.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
The pushback works really nice with GSX, like with the lowering and raising. Engine 1 start.
Your seat back is upright, your tray table is stowed, and all carrying items are put away. If you have any questions about the safety features of this aircraft, please don't hesitate to ask. Smoking includes the use of electronic cigarettes is never allowed on any flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying smoke detectors and access restrooms is a federal offense and could result in a fine. For your convenience, this aircraft has 3 restrooms, one in the front of the cabin and 2 in the back.
Goodbye, Edinburgh. Sean says, hello. Hello, Sean. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. When you get a chance, can we see the fuzzair pilot rankings? Yeah, we can do, yeah.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it once we get into cruise. One thing you got to remember about the pilot rankings, though, is that if I just order the pilots by pilot rating, you know, some pilots have only done, you know, a couple of flights, whereas some pilots have done a lot more. So it's not the best statistic to look at, I don't think. I think revenue, overall revenue is probably the best statistic to look at for the rankings. But we'll have a look at it. We'll have a look at it. Right, engine 1 is available. So engine mode set to norm. We'll get the ground spoilers arm. Flap set to 1. Ecam status is checked. The fuel prediction 32.8 on CG. So we'll go something like there. We'll do flight controls check. So full left. Why is the flight controls page not showing? Full left, full right, and neutral. Full up, full down, and neutral. And the rudder, full left, full right, and back to neutral. Rudder brake max. 6,000 is the stop altitude. That's all good. That's all set properly. APU bleed off. APU master off.
Max 9451, request push and start, center.
After start checklist, anti-ice not required, ecam status check, pitch trim 32 point, I've forgotten what it was already, 32.9. Rudder trim is neutral, after start check is complete.
Max 9451, request push and start, center.
Max 9451, activate the start approved stage.
Push and start approved facing north, Max 9451.
Buzzy 607, request taxi. Brakes.
607, taxi holding point Delta 1 via Echo Alpha.
Delta 1 via Echo Alpha, Fuzzy 607.
Fuzzy 607, the company FK670.
Right, taxi lights on, parking brake released. I feel like it's much more precise to control the throttles on the flybywire as well at a low N1. So taxi as briefed. Taxi checklist.
556, request standby.
Just waiting for the ecam memo here. Ecam memo, please. Doesn't want to come on for me. Right, well, taxi checklist, flight controls checked. Flap setting, config 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto. Engine mode selector is in normal. And the ecam memo, auto brake max signs on, cabin ready. Maybe we can force it to appear by doing that. Cabin ready, flaps takeoff and takeoff config norm. So ecam memo is takeoff no blue, it's just not showing for us for some reason. That's fine. So test jetlist is complete. Alright, let me just see real quick if we can tune this before takeoff. No. It'd be good if we could change it so it didn't do the landing lights immediately.
24, clear for takeoff.
And it didn't do... Well, no, that's it really. And this one... Yeah, and to stop the timer from going as well. Actually, wait, you can do that. Reset and start elapsed timer. We'll tick that. And the elapsed timer, we can tick that one as well. There we go.
Fuzzy 556 ready for taxi.
Fuzzy 556, contact Edinburgh ground 121.750.
Right, coming up to the runway, we'll get the TCAS to TAR8.
Please prepare for takeoff.
Fuzzy 607 via Delta 1, line up 4.
Via Delta 1, line up runway 24, Fuzzy 607. Alrighty, we'll get strobes on as well. So, lineup checklist. Takeoff runway 24 is confirmed. TCAS TAR8. Packs 1 and 2 are on. Lineup checklist complete. Approach sector looks clear. Jacko says, hey Bobby, what is the device you're using to change the radio frequencies? I'm using the Logitech flight radio panel.
Fuzzy 5 nothing better than a CD combat decimal 8 away.
Going over to 122.8, thanks for the ATC, Fuzzy 5120.
Yeah, we're going to be 1228 after this, which we've got pre-tuned.
Edward Tower, Fuzzy 556 is ready for taxi.
No worries, Jacko. Glad I could help. Brazimo Gaming, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Am I planning any PC upgrades? I can't say I am at the moment, no. But what you're planning sounds very exciting. I mean, I'd love to get a 4090, but I think it's just too much at the moment. 24, clear for takeoff, Fuzzy 607. Yeah, it was very difficult to hear the controller then. Right, let's spool them up. Buzz Toga's in the chat, guys. Takeoff. Manflex 27 SRS runway auto thrust is blue. Flex sets, airspeed live. 100 knots. B1 rotates.
Edinburgh, Edinburgh Tower, Fuzzy 556. I'm not getting here.
Nav, positive rate, gear up.
Sorry, second. Edinburgh ground is not responding to voice call.
You see the landing gear doors then like flapping around. That looked so cool, the detail there. Right, ground spoilers disarmed, and we'll get the nose lights off now. Oh, I forgot the landing lights, chat. No. Thrust, climb, auto thrust. Oh no, I can't believe I forgot the landing lights. Hopefully I realised soon enough for Newsky. Right, first climb. And auto thrust, alt, blue, got 6,000.
If you guys want to try contact them again, you should be sorted out.
Okay.
Good. Bring the cabin crew. Speed check, flaps 0. Lovely stuff. AP2.
Edinburgh Tower, 5556.
Speed VS 1000.
Response from ground.
We've got VS 400 as well, but we're probably going to get Alt Star here. I've not been handed off yet, you see, chat.
On the service from the ILS, runway 24. Clear to land, runway 24, Lufthansa 9, I'm actually for.
Might want to check again because the other aircraft there was able to hear us fine.
Alt Star.
Confirm the frequency, 121.75.
121.75.
Yeah, that's the frequency I have tuned in. It's a bit strange that he can't hear me and you can.
I think he was having issues before, but he's been able to talk to the other aircraft actually right now. So if you just want to check in once more, kind of let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Fuzzy 607, just checking if frequency change is approved.
Sorry, Fuzzy 607, nothing further on the uniform. I'll do that later.
1228, Fuzzy 607, thank you, bye. Right. Okay then, we got there in the end. Let's just clear ourselves up now. Flight level 350. Just climb, open climb. Standard set. Flight level 350, blue, alt blue. Off we go, chats. Off we go. Fareth, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I've never had that no portable devices on Ecam before. What does that mean? Yeah, it's just an alternate. Yeah, it's an alternate to no smoking. So in the fly-by-wire, you can go in here. I think it's in realism here. No, it's in one of the settings. Aircraft options here. Passenger signs, no portable devices. So it's a bit more of a modern option, really, isn't it? Because obviously you've not been able to smoke in an aircraft for quite some time now. Good. Oh, those engine sounds though. Oh yeah, buddy. We need a camera right here, don't we? Oof. So good. Right, let's save that one though, real quick. Lovely stuff. Right, off we go, chat. Sean, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. That's what I'm thinking. Might wait for another year for the 50 series, see what the future will bring. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I might be tempted to do the same, or at least wait for that to release and then get a, you know, last generation for a bit cheaper potentially. But if I do get a 4090 or anything really, 40 series, I think I'll probably have to upgrade my PSU as well. So it's quite a big. It'd be quite a big financial commitment to change a graphics card, I think. Mike, no worries at all. No worries at all. If you want to know what the commands are, you can type !! commands, I think. Maybe it's not that one. Let me just find out what it is. Oh, it is ! Commands. There you go. Yeah, ! Commands. Yeah. There you go. Newsky licking the lips because of the landing lights. Yeah. Hopefully I was quick enough at realizing, because it does give you a period of, you know, it does give you a little safety margin, so to speak. So hopefully I was quick enough to turn them on. James has a 3090 Ti, very nice, and wait for the 5000. Fair enough, fair enough. Graphics cards at the moment are overpriced and they know it. I'm waiting for them to come back to pre-COVID prices. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's not a bad idea at all. Newsky only deluxe for landing lights on over 10,000 feet. Over otherwise, pilot's discretion, at least from my understanding. I'm fairly certain I've been penalised for not having them on under 10,000 before, Brendan. I'm fairly certain I have. Now you've got me doubting myself, but I'm fairly certain I have. Let's see. I know there was I can remember a flight off the top of my head where I know I forgot to turn them on. I think it was when I was flying out of Belfast. So let me just see if I can find that one real quick. No, it wasn't that one. It was one of the first ones I did, I think. Oh no, that was late gear retraction. No, my apologies. But yeah, you might be right, actually. You might be right. Let's have a quick browse on the wiki real quick. Landing lights. Newsky only requires pilots to turn landing lights off when above altitude set by the airline. Below that altitude, landing lights are to be used at the pilot's discretion. Oh, right. Okay, so you are right. And I've got a penalty anyway because I've just left them on. Oh, my days, chat. What a prune. What a prune. Well, we know this is not going to be a perfect 10 flight now then. Well, good to know, Brendan. I, for some reason, had it in my head that you had to have them on. Thank you very much. There really isn't any point upgrading unless you have performance problems. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I mean, unless you just want a better frame rate, full stop. You know, there's nothing wrong, I suppose, with wanting to have a better frame rate. Many people these days have the high refresh rate monitors, and you know, it's always nice to have that higher refresh rate. I find, you know, I've got some other games that I play that hit the full refresh rate of my monitor, and it's just so nice, so buttery smooth. I know you could argue you don't need that in flight sim, but if that's what you want, I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Clearly not my day. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, oh well. It's all good. We're still having a good time. Can't complain. Right, so we do have London Control on. And London Control are always very, very busy. Oh, actually, well, one of the London controls has gone offline. We've got London N Centre. Now, I believe they will be covering Stansted, so let's just check this real quick. What we got? 119775. Yes, they will do. Okay. So we'll have to speak to them in the descent, but it would be wise of us to make note of our planned arrival route. Listo 1 Lima. And we could go... Oh, I've still got the seatbelt signs on as well. Sorry, passengers. Sorry. Okay. There should be an ATIS available as well. Charlie, runway news 404. Okay, that's good. That fits in with our plans nicely. So we'll get prepared for that, because I can feel myself already waffling, going off on one. So we'll get ILS 04 tuned and the Listo 1 Lima. And that's going to be via, I would say, Laurel. It is. It's a rather funky arrival, this. You have to do sort of a bit of a turn back on yourself. So I might expect that if we do this arrival, we'll probably end up... Wait a minute, top of descent reached already. We have not reached the top of descent already. No chance. Okay, so let's just check the restrictions in here first of all. So Rogby 2, flight level 200, that's in there. Finma 150. Bombo 250 knots, Barkway 220 knots, and then Buster 220 knots. And then a left turn to Laurel, which is 220 knots, and flight level 70. So that's all in there correctly. And the final approach fix is at 2,500 feet, which is sort of in there. Interesting. Good. Okay. Looking good. Yeah, so if you have a look at this, you come down and then you have to sort of do a bit of a left loop back on yourself, and then you come in via Laurel. Then you sort of fly another turn there, like a downwind and a base leg. So yeah. So let's have a quick look here. Hang on, there's messages popping off on vPilot here. Okay, it's just people chatting away. Okay, so winds 2-1. Oh my god. These, please stop spamming. Crikey. Transition level is 7-0. Temperature 25. And the QNH 1015. No, so no change there. Then we'll just come in here. Oh, it's not auto-tuned it for us. Interesting. So good thing we checked that. Good. We'll clear this guy out. We'll go EGSS 04. And then we'll just do a quick calculation here. Actually, you can do a top of descent calculator in here, can't you? Look at that. Easy peasy. 170 nautical miles. That seems a bit far out though, to be honest. So, flight level 35 times 3. Yeah, so about 115 is probably a bit more accurate. And then we'll do a 10. When we should be at 3,000 feet. Roughly. Actually, no, I think I prefer the 30 mile. We'll do a 30 mile. Because we might expect a shortcut here on the arrival, which we'll brief in a minute. Okay, good. Good. So that's about everything. Old cruise Mac. And we're ready to rock and roll. Our top of descent ring there. Nicely lining up just about with the top of descent marker. Obviously the marker a little bit later because we've got more trot mileage to fly. This is just based on a straight line distance. Lake District below us. Oh, look at that. That looks sick, doesn't it? Lovely. EFB has 1-2. It does, yes. It does. Okay, cool. So speaking of the EFB, we'll do a landing performance. Meta. So, runway elevation 348. Heading 042. It's dry. The slope is 0.160, which it won't take. We'll just put 0.1. And the landing distance available is 2434. Approach speeds is going to be 133, and we're going to be landing with 63.3 I've already forgotten the approach speed. God damn it. God damn. 133. Too many threes. Okay. Calculate. We can do low auto brake, but do we want to do low auto brake? That is a question. We could do a low auto brake actually. That would be fine. It'd get us closer to the terminal. So we'll do low auto brake. Good. Okay, dokes. 88 miles to go to top of descent. Just enough time for an approach briefing, I think. Righto. So in terms of ATC, like we said, oh, we've got Stansted approach on now. Okay, that's fine. There was London control on before, but now it's Stansted approach. So that's fine. Let's have a look then. So we're going to be arriving at Stansted in London. This is a 30-2 Foxtrot chart. Airport elevation 348 feet. The transition level we've already established, flight level 70. And this is the Listo 1 Lima RNAV arrival. Now we're not going to get cleared for this necessarily because we're going to be a bit too far out for Stansted approach by the time we start this, so we'll just have to start flying it, and then we'll speak to them once we get established on the procedure. So it's going to take us from Listo down to Pyreegue and then along to Rugby. Required altitude there is flight level 200, and then along to Finma. Flight level 150 is a required altitude there, and then a left turn to Bombo, which also has a hold. You can see right here. Max 250 knots there, continuing to Barquay from Bombo, max 220 knots there, and then a left turn to Buster, max 220 knots there. This is also a flyover fix here, and then a left turn to Laurel, max 220 knots there as well, required altitude, flight level 70. There is also a hold as well for Laurel. Now I'm going to expect that we're not going to fly that whole procedure. I think the traffic levels at Stansted is probably not high enough to have to do that whole procedure. There is a decent amount of inbound traffic, but I have a feeling we might not have to fly it all. So we'll try and plan for a shortcut somewhere along the way. We may get put onto vectors from Finma or something like that, like this. We're landing on this runway, remember? Here's the airport. So we'll be landing like that. So we may get put on vectors from somewhere earlier, and therefore we're going to cut off quite a bit of track mileage here. Because we'll have to fly basically like that. And we could just get a little shortcut there. Might not happen, but let's assume it is going to happen because we want to be prepared for that. So we're going to fly the ILS runway 04. So this is the ILS DME runway 04, 31-1 chart. So the localizer is India Sierra Echo Delta 110.5 is the frequency. Final approach course 042 degrees, and the final approach fixed 2,500 feet at 6.6 miles. Minimums will refer to below, and the runway elevation slightly lower than the airport at 332 feet. The MSA highest in the southwest at 2,100 feet based on the airport reference point. So the ILS itself is a standard 3 degrees, and we've got a PAPI to the left of the runway. The minimum we're going to use 532 feet, which we still need to set, and if we need to go around straight ahead to not above 3,000 at 2 miles, I said, which is the localizer DME or the ILS DME. We're going to take a left turn onto the radial 102 inbound to the Barquay VOR across 5 DME Barquay at 3,000, and then continue to VOR at 3,000 or as directed. So that's the go around. Now in the fly-by-wire, it can't actually follow a go around like that. So we'll just have to not go around chat. No, but we'll we'll essentially just have to let the controller know we're unable to follow the charted procedure. Just request vectors immediately. I think that'll probably be reasonable. But I'm going to tune this in anyway, so we can somewhat try and maybe follow it manually. In fact, we probably will be able to follow it manually, to be fair. We can just help ourselves out a little bit. Now, we'll set that up in a minute. We're landing runway 04. This is the 30-9, sorry. We're low auto brake, so we'll probably roll out quite far to possibly Quebec Romeo here, and then we can accept a taxi, potentially Hotel Bravo, back to the apron where we started from. So that's a taxi in. Should be quite straightforward. It's quite a short taxi in. Just need to make sure we get all the after landing flows completed nice and early. And that should about do it. Chat. Weather we've already checked.
One more time, I'll turn in base shortly for ILS 23 right, matching traffic.
Yeah, so weather looks fine. Decent bit of headwind now, 10 knots and 4 knots of crosswind. So yeah, should be pretty nice landing, and everything else is fine as well, which we've already checked. So we'll jump back over here and we'll just make sure we're all set up properly for this. So first of all, we didn't set the minima, so we'll do that now, which is going to be 532. So that's set. Now we'll prepare for, in case we have to fly the missed approach. So we've already got the ILS tuned, which is the first nav aid that we need, and then the next one is the Barkway VOR, at which we're going to fly the inbound course of 282. So we'll set that there. So basically what we can just do is quite easily oh no, sorry, apologies, we need to turn left onto radio 102. Oh yeah, sorry, it's expressed it as a radial, not an inbound course. So yeah, 282 is our inbound course, that's fine. So yeah, 2 miles from ISED, then a left turn onto 282, which we can quite easily follow using the Rose VOR there. Good, and then we can also come in here and just to help us out a bit, because Barkway won't be on our flight plan, we can put BKY here as well. We might even be able to do something like this. I'm not sure if this works in the Fenix, but we'll try it. Sorry, in the flybywire. I said 042 and 2. No, that doesn't work, I don't think. Right, that's fine. Good. So what I'm actually going to do is, like I said, because we're going to try and expect a straight in, we're going to start descent a bit earlier here. Actually, no, we won't, because we want to be hitting these restrictions, don't we? So, yeah, we won't do that. But what we'll need to bear in mind is that we'll need to maybe try and pick up the pace in terms of rate of descent after Finma. And I left the LS push buttons on the whole flight, but that is also not a problem. Because I was just about to turn them back on anyway. Dear oh dear. What's going on today, chat? Don't forget to record replay. Thank you, Quizzy. I will not. I'm going to launch Sky Dolly now. Gonna get soaked working the dog tomorrow. Oof, that's unfortunate, Liana. But alas, the joys of owning a dog sometimes. Gotta get your big coat on here. With the 3080, did I get a hit when streaming from the same PC? Am I using a separate PC? I am using a separate PC, yeah, so I don't really... Actually, no, I tell a lie. With the 3080, if I had a completely blank canvas in OBS, I would not notice any performance degradation at all. But the reason why I switched to a 2 PC setup is because my scene setup in OBS uses quite a lot of GPU, so I was losing about 10 to 15 FPS. So that's why I moved it to a second PC. But if you're just doing normal recording, then yeah, I mean, as Liana says, you shouldn't be able to really notice the difference, to be honest. But yeah, with that would be with NVENC, Mike. Yeah, I mean, you could use the Nvidia overlay as well. This uses the NVENC codec. AV1 is only available, I think, on... oh no, I think a 30 series can do AV1 actually, can't it? Right, let's start down, shall we? So, first constraint is flight level 200, so we'll set that. Mac Des, Alt Blue, flight level 200 Blue. Where can we find the minima in the charts? It's usually at the bottom. So, here's the ILS for Stansted. All the minima is there in terms of, well, all the minima is there.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen, as we have noted,
so we're using a Cat 1 minima.
down to our destination. Now would be a
Decision altitude, or MDA, or baro in the Airbus, 532 feet.
remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for a ride.
And then basically these minima are just for an auto land. Now, Airbus is capable of Cat 3B. That's why, so with the Cat 3B there's no minima there. Because if you're doing an auto land and you have all the equipment functioning on your Airbus, then you can just type no in the minima. And yeah, obviously auto land, so you don't need to see the runway to actually continue with the auto land, which is kind of wild. But yeah, that's usually where it is on probably about 90% of the ILS charts. If you're looking at something like an RNAV or something like that, it might be in a slightly different place, but most of the time it's at the bottom. At least on Jeppesen charts anyway. Right, off we go down then, chat. No worries, Mike. No worries at all. I had an issue with streaming 1440. Interesting. Interesting. Is that even using the NVENC encoder? To be honest, I don't think I ever streamed 1440p before I had the second PC, so I can't really comment on what performance I had there. Right, off we go down. Into Stansted as the sun goes down. So we'll get the approach controller pre-tuned. 120625. I'll switch over to them probably at Finma, just before Finma. Jacko, no worries at all, dude. Glad I could help. Alrighty then. So guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys already heard, but we spoke about the Fokker earlier on. It actually releases next week, which is amazing. Next Wednesday, apparently. Okie dokes. So, flight level 250. Restriction at Rugby is flight level 200. Which looks like we're going to make. Mike's using a 2070 Super. Got you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah. Okie dokes. I used to have a 2070 Super, in fact, but Phoenix wasn't a thing when I had that. So I don't know what that would have been like, but yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, I think I even had lower FPS than that in the flybywire, but obviously they've done a lot of optimization on it since then. I mean, I had my 2070 Super many moons ago. Look at that. Boom. So flight level 200 at Rugby with 2 miles out, 1,500 feet to go. It looks like we're looking good. We'll continue down to flight level 150. We do have alt magenta, flight level 200 magenta, but that should clear. There we go, thrust idle alt blue, flight level 150 blue. Lovely job. 1015 Stansted. DLSS has made a big difference to the 2070. Oh, amazing, dude. Amazing. I bet it did. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I had the 2070, I was longing for DLSS, but it never came. And then I fortunately came into a 3080, so can't complain. Yeah, doesn't sound like a bad plan at all, Mike. Right, I think we'll get in touch with Approach now, just a bit earlier than perhaps what we normally would do, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
Ryanair 4 Quebec Tango, descent altitude 2,000 feet.
2,000 feet, Ryanair 4 Quebec Tango.
Ryanair 4 Quebec Tango, turn right, heading 015, clear path approach, runway 04, report fully established.
Right, heading 015, report man established.
Stansted radar, very good evening. Fuzzy 607, we're passing flight level 180, down to flight level 150. We're on the Listo 1 Lima, just inbound Finma. We've got information Delta, type A32NX.
Fuzzy 607, Stansted radar, good evening. Expect radar vectors, island approach, runway 04, route direct pathway.
Expect island approach, runway 04, route direct Sparkway, Fuzzy 607. Alright there, chat. There we go. As we planned. So that's very good to hear.
512, Stansted radar, good evening. Expect us to the island approach, runway 04 tonight.
Alright, thrust idle, open descent, direct Barkway, flight level 150 blue.
For runway 04, 512.
Fuzzy 607, descent flight level 100.
Descent flight level 100, Fuzzy 607.
Ryanair 4 Quebec Tango.
Thrust idle, open descent, flight level 100 blue.
Tower 1 to 3, thank you.
Good evening, London.
Good.
Radar Fuzzy 556 to give you at 35,000 into Stansted, Fuzzy 556.
Fuzzy 556, roger. Still a wee bit far out for me for now, so if you just descend by the profile on the star, I'll give you a call when you get a bit closer.
No problem.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Alright, so we're going to ignore the computer profile now. And we'll set ourselves up an extended centre line as well.
Fuzzy 512, turn right, heading 150 degrees.
We're heading 150 degrees, Fuzzy 512.
Fuzzy 607, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, Fuzzy 607. Alright, so that gives us an extended centre line there. 41 miles to go in a straight line. So it should be about flight level 120 here, which we just a bit above. So that's fine. We'll increase the speed a little bit here just to try and dip down a little bit.
We're in at 14.
So speed 300.
Cambridge top down, unfortunately, still for landing. Monitor Unicom 1228, conveyed to surface at 150 degrees at 11 knots. Good evening. Straight to right for landing, and yeah, we're just...
Look at that haze, though. Come on now.
See there. Fuzzy 512, descent altitude 4,000 feet, speed to 220 knots on line.
Down to 4,000 and 220 knots or left, 512.
So I can expect a right turn at some point here. Slow down. So manage speeds.
Fuzzy 512, turn right, heading 200 degrees, descent altitude 3,000 feet.
200 and 3,000, 512.
It's very quiet at Stansted, isn't it? I feel like my stream title's just not doing the business at the moment. It's just a bit misleading, isn't it? I'm just going to remove the word madness. Let's just remove the word madness. Alrighty. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream today, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. It does really help out the channel when you do that.
Golf Papa Mike, confirm your inbound to Stansted now.
That's right, Papa Mike.
Golf Papa Mike, Roger, clear turn to Stansted control zone from the east, none above altitude 2,000 feet, VFR, QNH 1015.
1015, not above 2,000, clear turn to zone from the east, Papa Mike, thank you.
Golf Papa Mike, correct. Fuzzy 512, descent on 2,000 feet, speed 180 knots or less.
Descent 2,000, speed 180 or less, Fuzzy 607.
Negative.
Oh, that wasn't for me.
512,
That was...
descent on 2,000 feet, speed 180 knots or less.
2,000 feet and 180 knots or less.
Oh dear. Let's fix that. Sorry, Ramsey. Sorry. Oh dear. Oh, we're cleared down to 80 though, weren't we, chat? So let's do that.
Fuzzy 512, turn right, direction left, heading 130 degrees.
130 degrees, 512.
Doesn't look like we're going to get as much of a shortcut as what I thought we were going to get, unfortunately. I thought we might get peeled off right a little bit earlier than that, but it looks like he's going to take us in a little bit of an S shape like Ramsey.
Fuzzy 607, turn right, heading 125, descent flat level 70.
Heading 125. And say again, altitude for Fuzzy 607.
Flight level 70.
Flight level, descend flight level 70, Fuzzy 607. It's always a risk with multiple company aircraft at the same time.
Golf Papa Mike, report Stansted in sight.
Report inside, Papa Mike.
Oh my god, yeah, I've forgotten about everything, haven't I? Thank you, thank you, Sean. Right, oh, we're definitely going to get penalised for Newsky for that.
Fuzzy 607, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1015.
Send 5,000 QNH 1015, Fuzzy 607.
Fuzzy 512, speed 16.
Right, open descent, alt blue, flight level 50, blue.
160 knots until 40 ME 512. Fuzzy 512, contact 123 decimal.
So approach checklist bar office set 1015.
Fuzzy 607, you've got around 22 track levels from E04. Descent altitude 4,000 feet.
Descent to altitude 4,000 feet, Fuzzy 607. So he said we've got 22 track miles. We're currently at 7,600, so ideally we need to be about 6,600 feet. So I'm going to get a bit of speed brake out here just to get us a little bit close to the profile. Because he will want to slow us down shortly, as he did with Ramsey. So approach checklist, we said bar F 1015, seatbelt signs are on. Minimum's 532, auto brake is low, engine mode selector is in normal. Approach checklist complete. Thank you very much for that, Sean. Aviator 04, welcome.
Descent altitude 3,000 feet.
Descent 3,000 feet, Fuzzy 607. Aviator 4, good evening, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's yeah, it's been good, thank you. Yeah, busy but good.
Contact Stansted 123 decimal 8 minutes.
Right, we'll get the speed brakes stowed.
Over to tower 1238, Golf Papa Mike, thank you for the ATC.
I wonder if this is the VFR aircraft down there.
Stansted radar 2 Alpha Charlie checking in. November Whiskey 2 Alpha Charlie, Stansted radar, very good evening, pass your details. Central radar 2 Alpha Charlie, we're just looking for VFR into the airspace and a landing. And November 2 Alpha Charlie, Roger, you're currently inside landing controlled airspace, so if you could descend to altitude 2,000 feet please, and squawk for me.
Mike, thank you so much for the £5 super chat, my friends. Glad you're enjoying the content, and yeah, definitely always glad to be able to distract.
607, turn right, heading 220 degrees.
Right, heading 220, fuzzy 607. Always glad to be able to distract from the doom and gloom. The news is not a good watch, is it really?
Fuzzy 556, Stansted radar.
Fuzzy 516, go ahead.
Fuzzy 556, can you expect vectors for the Airline from E04, route direct Parkway, descent plan.
Oh, nice. Look at the Earth shadow there. Very cool.
Expect vectors for runway 04, descend to 130.
Speed VS 1000, and we'll go berth approach phase activate.
November Whiskey 2 Alpha Charlie, descent altitude 2,000 feet, set QNH 1015, basic service.
Interesting the way they vector you in here at Stansted.
Roger that, we'll descend a bit.
Probably to avoid some other busy airspace in London.
Fuzzy 607, turn left heading 120 degrees, descent altitude 2,000 feet.
Left heading 120, descend 2,000 feet, fuzzy 607. Right, lovely stuff.
November Whiskey 2 Alpha Charlie, traffic to your 12 o'clock, range 10 miles.
Right, let's go to flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1.
Level, report the traffic inside.
We got some traffic inside 2 Alpha Charlie.
November 2 Alpha Charlie, thanks. Join in, report final runway 04, number 2, following that traffic.
There's a VFR aircraft coming in behind me.
Runway 04, number 2, with 2 Alpha Charlie.
And November 2 Alpha Charlie, caution, wake turbulence, recommended distance 5 miles.
Roger that.
VS 500.
And 2 Alpha Charlie, you've also got traffic that's on Unicom in front.
2,500.
You unfortunately have no positive control of the aircraft.
Roger that, we will keep the traffic inside 2 Alpha Charlie.
Fuzzy 607, turn left,
Flaps 2.
035, clear down, approach runway 04.
Left 3035, cleared out approach runway 04, fuzzy 607.
Fuzzy 607, before correction, reduce to your minimum safe approach speed.
Reduce to minimum safe approach speed, fuzzy 607. Alright, flaps 2 set, gear down. And we'll go flaps 3.
Pilot Fenix, please prepare for landing.
Overshot the localizer a little bit there.
Fuzzy 556, descend for level 100.
There's a VFR aircraft.
Get flight level 100, fuzzy.
I think. He said someone was following me.
Contact Stansted Tower 123.8.
1238, fuzzy 607. Thank you, bye.
Go up on the micro measure 4, clear land, surface winds 100 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear land 04, we'll make it nice and short, up mic.
Stansted Tower, very good evening. Fuzzy 607, ILS 04.
Fuzzy 607, Stansted, hello, continue approach runway 04, number 2.
Then you approach number 2, fuzzy 607. Right, alt, lock, glide slope is blue. AP 1+2, Cat 3 dual.
United 4940, roger, hold position, close.
Glide slope start.
Copy.
Run and tune on the public, continue taxi.
Speed check, flaps full.
Hotel and Kilo, hold Kilo 1.
Continue taxi, Juliet, lead.
Current altitude 3,000 feet. Landing checklist, ECA memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Why have I got so much light on in here? Is the dome light on? No. Very bright in here. Not complaining though. It's better than pitch darkness like some aircraft. Right, autopilot disconnected. Record a replay. Crosswind from the right, 22 knots. Let's try and do this raw data, shall we?
07 runway 04, clear to land, surface winds 100 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear to land 04, fuzzy 607.
Got above the line, taxi straight ahead, standard choice.
Straight ahead, standard choice, thank you, above line.
Easy 353 behind the landing, A325 kilo 1, line up runway 04 behind.
Line up on 04 after the A320 E350.
Flight 4940, are you able for Bravo East?
Oh my god, I'm all over the place here. I'm just too busy staring at my instruments for some reason.
Able to push back on Bravo East.
400.
Able.
Right, let's fix this.
30 pushes are approved, Bravo East.
Looking at the pappies now.
300.
Auto thrust disconnected. Continue.
$100.
That wind is gnarly, man.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Long landing. Spoilers. Decel. Reverse idle. Not the greatest approach there, but I think I just about rescued the touchdown. Manual brakes. I got far too much tunnel vision on my instruments there. Right, so we'll get the landing lights off. Taxi lights on. Strobe lights can come off.
Easy 353, runway 04, clear takeoff, the surface winds 100 degrees, 10 knots.
04, clear to take off, easy 353.
Fuzzy 607, welcome to Stansted, taxi stand 24 right via Hotel and Bravo.
24 right via Hotel and Bravo, Fuzzy 607.
Stansted Tower, November Whiskey 2 Alpha Charlie.
Whiskey 2 Alpha Charlie, Stansted Tower, how do I continue?
So, taxi as briefed, slightly different stand, but I'll take it. Flaps up.
Roger, continue approach.
And ground spoilers disarmed. Get the APU master on. And APU starts. It was a floater, wasn't it? It was a floater. I flared way too early. I think I've got my sensitivity maybe a bit too high for the fly-by-wire. I think potentially.
Easy 353 Stansted off. Correction, Stansted is offline. Monitor Unicom 122.8.
Going to 122.8.
24 right. Should be on the right hand side here.
Ryanair 27 November Whiskey ready for taxi.
Wait.
About 27 November Whiskey, taxi on point Kilo 1.
Oh, here we are, 24 right.
Juliet, Link Lima, Hotel and Kilo.
That's the holding point Kilo 1 via Juliet Lima, Link for Hotel Kilo, Ryanair 27 November Whiskey.
Interesting choice of stand. Alrighty, stop there. APU is available. We'll get both the engines off. We left pack flow high on the whole time. Oops daisies. Not on the ball today here, chat, am I? Don't know what's going on. Right, fuel pumps off. We'll get the ground crew to bring in the old Gapoo. TCAS. Oh, the predicted wind shear and the weather radar. Turn off. We've just fried everyone's brains. Oh, we haven't turned the beacon light off yet, so we should be safe. Beacon light off. And the parking checklist. Park brake. Well, after landing checklist. Radar and predicted wind shear off. Parking checklist. Parking brake is set. Engines are off. Wing lights are off. Fuel pumps are off. Parking checklist complete. Here comes the Gapoo. There's the external power. AP master off. It's D-board. Welcome to Stansted, guys. By night this time. Love to see it. Landing rate predictions in the chat. We do have Newsky to fall back on this time though, so it should be nice to see. It's that yellow electric pump there, whirring away. Lovely stuff. Right. See how we did on Newsky then, shall we?
Taxi, holding point Kilo 1, runway 04, via Juliet, Link Lima, Hotel and Kilo.
Alrighty. Okay. It's not bad, it's not great. Let's have a look. So we departed early and arrived early, which is good. We made 7,781 balance with a full aircraft, so not bad at all. And then the pilot reports 9.26, so pretty good. Pretty good. We obviously got marked down for a long landing. We were just under about 90 meters longer than what is acceptable, although we were still within the touchdown zone. The touchdown itself was a great touchdown, 1.31 G. In challenging conditions, I severely underestimated that crosswind there. That really, yeah, really made it difficult for me, I think. And the max centerline deviation was 6.81 meters, which we didn't get penalized for because it was challenging conditions. So I'm happy with that. And then we also got penalized 0.43 for having our landing lights on above 10,000 for 290 seconds, which I knew was gonna be a thing anyway. So realistically, I mean, if we weren't so silly and managed to turn the landing lights off, that would be a what, a 9.9. Sorry, no, it wouldn't. It'd be a 9.7. So yeah, not too shabby. Let's have a quick look down here. Yeah, it's a landing very long there in the touchdown zone, but only just. But even with low auto brake, we still managed to slow down in more than enough space. I didn't really have to use the toe brakes too much at all. So yeah, definitely a long landing, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I thought it would have been less than 275, I can't lie, but let's see who got the closest. Captain Mumbles is the closest with 208 there, my friend. Nicely done, dudes. Nicely done, but I think everybody's predictions there were quite optimistic, so I appreciate that, guys. Making me feel good about my capabilities. Hey, dear. Right, Chris, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Change sensitivity in SPAD. Yeah, but the sensitivity curves in SPAD are just they're just not good, are they? Really, it's just so difficult to see what you've set. It's just literally a curve, isn't it? There's no, I mean, there are some values, but I don't know. I just really don't like those curves in SPAD. It's just really difficult to sort of move things in a even manner, if you know what I mean. I know what you mean. It is a good idea, but I didn't forget to change the profile today. I'm using my fly-by-wire profile, but yeah, I don't know. It did feel a lot more twitchy than normal, so maybe I changed something by mistake and I just can't remember.
2426, apologies. Clearance is.
Did I do a replay? I did, yes. So we'll watch that in a second.
To Baden, to Clacton site Sierra.
As long as it wasn't a Ryanair landing, you're good. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would say it's probably better to plant it down like a Ryanair than land as long as I did, but nevertheless, I'll take it. I'll take it.
2426, apologies. Reback is correct.
Ramsey got a perfect 10. Let's go, dude. Nicely done, my friends. Nicely done. Oh, someone was asking earlier about the pilot rankings. I totally forgot, so I do apologise, but let's have a look now real quick. Okay, so we'll come to the fuzz pad.
Alpha stand 1 for 12 Charlie.
Now, like I say, if you look at the rankings at the top based on just pilot rating, it's not very good, really, I don't think, because, like I say, you know, Lucas here has smashed it and got a 10 on the one flight that he did, but he's only done one flight, so it's not really a very good representation. So I feel like it's better to sort by balance here. So
we're waiting.
You can see here we've got Acer at the top with a balance of 141,000. We've got Acerless second with a balance of, well, I'll read out the number of flights as well because that's obviously a big factor. So Acer's done 23 hours, 130k here with 10 flights, and this is in the last 30 days, remember. And 18 hours, and then I've got 17 flights and 18 hours, and then 128k is the top three there. But there you go. Yeah, I mean, like I say, you can organize it by rating and see who's got the best, but like I say, that's an overall rating. This is within 30 days, so I don't feel like this is a very good. Well, what we could do is we could go down to the first person who's got like more than 10 flights maybe. So Acerless has got 10 flights here, 9.53, so I would say arguably that's the best rated pilot on the airline. But everybody's doing well. There's so many people above 9 average.
Passing right to left behind stand number 8, pushing sub approved.
But yeah, that's where we're at. Ramsey, no worries at all, my brother. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you very much for flying along. Likewise, and I'm sorry that I read back a call that was for you earlier. I don't know if you heard me say sorry for that. Dear oh dear. Yeah, I mean, I can't lie, that whole approach was just a bit iffy, wasn't it? Everything was just a bit off about it. I severely underestimated the crosswind, and then I thought, oh, I'll just casually fly at raw data, and that didn't really work out too well either, did it? Right, cool. Let's go to the landing then, shall we? We'll go ahead and just let's see if we can make things happen quicker here. We'll just exit GSX. I'll restart because I can't click the exit button for some reason. And then we'll disconnect from VATSIM so we're not on the network watching the replay. Do a bit of that. And then we'll go and load one of the presets, which I always forget where they are. I think it's... line up. Oh god, I can't remember. Huh? Not seeing it anywhere. Am I blind? Oh, it's here, isn't it? Idiot. Right, ready for takeoff. We'll do that. And that's just going to take a couple of minutes here. So I'll be back in one moment while that just happens, and we'll watch the replay chat. Right. Are we all started up yet? Oh, crikey, still not started. Jeez Louise. Right, so let's just close the doors real quick. This is a great scenery, this, isn't it? You know, I was saying before how Marcus Nyberg has his own texture style. I feel like whoever does the textures at iniBuilds definitely has their own style too, don't they? You can sort of see the palette they use and sort of the wear and tear kind of. It all looks a little bit similar, doesn't it, across all the iniBuilds airports? Sort of the way the textures look, if that makes any sense. Especially the ground textures and ground markings, which I guess, I mean, I understand they probably reuse some of them. So that's probably that, but they have a very distinct style, I feel. One thing I did want to look at real quick whilst this is still starting up is just this satellite over here. Because I've never departed from here before. Yeah, I mean, no area has been neglected, has it really? Vertigo Max, welcome to the chats. It's a very nice looking hotel as well, isn't it? I mean, I can't lie. Like I said earlier on, the architecture of Stansted, it's not the most, you know, architecturally interesting building, is it? Kind of just looks like, you know, like on The Sims, like when you first start playing The Sims or whatever, you try to build like a really big building for the first time ever and you just don't know what to do. Just build a big rectangle, don't you? And just cover it in glass. Right. I think we're ready to rock and roll with the replay now. Let's do it. Oh, we've got that wire dangling down. Can we get rid of that? Oh, don't come back. Oh no, it's going now. Oh no, it's coming again. No. Thank you. Please. Leave me alone. I don't want it. What is he doing? He's not driving away. Oh, well, it looks like we're going to have to deal with having a wire dangling down. I'll turn the sim volume down because the engines don't really play back right. Look at that sun glinting off there, off the tail. Lovely. Right, let's have a look at this replay. It's probably not going to be the greatest landing in the world to watch, but As you can see, quite a lot of over controlling, I suppose. I mean, we nailed the center line pretty much. Well, just drifted off it from at the end there, but I mean, it looked okay from the outside, I suppose, but the flybywire always looks nice on a replay, though. It doesn't do that weird, like, stuttery thing that other aircraft do. Right then, guys, I'm not gonna watch that too many times here because, like I say, I'm not that impressed by it. But let's play the stream out from here, shall we? Guys, thank you so much. It's a drinking store for the rats. What GSX profile do I use for Stansted? I use the included GSX profile that comes with the scenery. Quizzy, take it easy. Thank you very much for tuning in. Everybody else, thank you so much. Mike, thank you very much for your £5 super chat. Much appreciated. It's very kind. Guys, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday evening and the rest of your weekend. Enjoy your Saturday. And I'll see you again on Sunday for some Southwest ops in the USA on the West Coast. So hopefully I'll catch you then. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.